Chapter 1301 Fourth Mastery. The Outsiders and the Riverborn. The revelation of the difference between them was enough to boggle Sunny's mind. He had already been prepared to encounter all kinds of bizarre situations inside the tomb of Ariel, but what Ananke told them sent him for a loop. It was because Sunny had only considered the odd perils of the great river in relation to himself, not in relation to a whole civilization. The way the river people lived was fundamentally different from anything he had ever known, because the most fundamental truth of the world, time, worked differently for them. The first settlers of the tomb of Ariel had all been outsiders, so how great must their shock have been when their children were born so different from them. How much pain did that division bring, how much sorrow? How much effort did it take for them to create an entirely new kind of society? With time, the number of Riverborn grew, while the number of outsiders dwindled. However, the civilization that Ananke had described could not function without the outsiders, who could travel the great river and served as the connective tissue between various cities established on it. What was it like for them, to see their children remain forever young? What was it like for the Riverborn, to watch their parents age when they never did? To see them leave when they couldn't? How did Riverborn children even become adults? Suddenly, the story of the followers of Weaver being chased far upstream gained a much darker undertone. Sunny shivered. The civilization of the great river turned out to be much stranger than he had thought. It was so strange, in fact, that he struggled to imagine it. And that was not even mentioning the fact that old Ananke had turned out to not be old at all, while also being 10 times his age. I can't think anymore. It was too much to digest, especially this early in the morning. Sunny summoned the endless spring and washed his face, then opened Ananke's wooden box. There was not much food left inside, which made him sigh. Taking out a teapot and a plate brimming with juicy braised meat, rolled in seaweed leaves, he sat down and stared at the 7 suns for a few moments. Dusk of Fallen Grace is one of the original Sibyls. If Ananke, who was born long after they had entered the tomb of Ariel, is 200 years old, then what about dusk? What about the defilement? For how many centuries had the Sibyls fought against the spreading corruption before losing all their cities except Fallen Grace? In other words, for how long had the enemy been growing stronger, while their potential allies had been growing weaker? Shaking his head, he poured the tea into 2 cups and grabbed a seaweed roll. No matter how long it has been, I need to grow stronger, too, and do it quickly. I'll be careful. He sighed, then opened his eyes and finally summoned the runes. Sunny really wanted to check how Soul Serpent had evolved, but the runes of his absent shadow were lifeless and dull. He couldn't summon more information about Serpent while it was away. So, he turned to his Aspect Legacy instead and read, holding his breath. Aspect Legacy, Shadow Dance. Shadow Dance Mastery Level, 4 out of 7. First Relic, claimed. Second Relic, claimed. Third Relic, claimed. Fourth Relic, claim. Fifth Relic, unearned. Sunny lingered for a moment, and then whispered quietly. Claim. Nothing happened for a few seconds. Then, it seemed as though the world turned a little darker, and the spell spoke. You have claimed an Aspect Legacy relic. Its words echoed above the flowing water. There was silence for a moment, and then, the spell whispered, you have received a fragment of Shadow's domain. Chapter 1302 Absolute Law. Sunny froze, paralyzed by the whisper of the spell. What? Had he heard right? Had it really said, a fragment of Shadow's domain? Of a god's domain? No, wait. What even was a divine domain, and how could there be a fragment of it? How could there be a fragment of any domain, for that matter? Weren't domains more concepts than things? What could a fragment of a concept look like? Sunny took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Slow down. Think, most importantly, don't fall off the ketch. He was so out of it that he had almost swayed and tumbled over the side of the boat. Sunny was more than fed up with suddenly falling into water, thanks to the spell, so he hurriedly took a step back. A fragment of Shadow's domain. Come to think about it, hadn't he heard something similar once? During the second nightmare, when they assaulted the Ivory City, the moon had been suddenly devoured by an enormous shadow, and the world was plunged into darkness. When that happened, Noctis said that he had not expected Severus to possess a piece of Shadow's domain. Ivory Dragon Severax was a direct descendant of Sun God and an immortal saint, and yet it was strange for him to possess something like that. And now, Sunny received a piece of a god's domain, too? Damn. Sunny needed a few minutes to calm down. During these minutes, his imagination ran wild. He fantasized about all kinds of developments, from immediately becoming a sovereign to instantly ascending to the divine rank. However, his rationality eventually won. It doesn't work like that. Indeed, possessing a fragment of someone else's domain did not mean having one of your own. More than that, the Ivory Lord, who had used his piece of Shadow's domain to seal the moon and rob Noctis of his power, had not shown any ability above what a so. While the fourth aspect relic of Shadow Dance had to be immensely valuable, it was definitely not a broken cheat item that would turn Sunny into a god among men. Saint from a divine bloodline should have possessed. So, while the fourth aspect relic of Shadow Dance had to be immensely valuable, it was definitely not a broken cheat item that would turn Sunny into a god among men. Yes, but, just what the hell is it, and what can it do? He threw a sideways glance at Nephis and Ananke, then turned back to the shimmering runes. And where the hell is it? Sunny read the runes from the very first one. Name, Sunless. True name, lost from light. Rank, ascended. By calling upon the fragment of Shadow Realm, its owner can summon a piece of Shadow's domain into existence. Sunny stared at the runes, perplexed. Huh. Then, he stared at them some more. Huh? Finally, he dismissed them. Huh. An entire minute passed in complete silence. Well, I'll be damned. It seemed like he had finally encountered something that existed outside the purview of the nightmare spell. Which was why the spell was struggling to integrate the Shadow Realm fragment into its generally all-encompassing system. All the question marks and the awkward placement of the fragment in the field of runes showed that much. For some reason, that made Sunny feel dark glee. He was reveling in the image of the spell being stumped and flustered. On second thought, though, he quickly strangled that feeling. Sunny was more than certain that the spell could read his mind. And while it was not exactly alive, most likely, he wouldn't go as far as to say that the spell couldn't hold a grudge. No. It is completely understandable. I also can't make sense of that thing, yeah. The point was that the fourth relic granted to him by Shadow Dance could make a fragment of the Shadow Realm descend into the world. What that entailed, exactly. Sunny was not sure. He had seen it happen once, in the second nightmare, and it caused the moon to be obscured by a giant shadow. Considering that he was a master of shadows and even one himself, something like that would definitely be very beneficial to him. It was just that Sunny had no idea what the summoning would cost him, how it would transpire, or what the actual process was. He didn't even know if it could be done only once, or repeatedly, which was why he was hesitant to experiment and find out. What would he do if the very first experiment turned out to also be the last time he could use the Shadow Realm fragment? As the seven suns drowned and the waters of the great river started to shine, Sunny sighed and shook his head. Well, at least, if I am surprised by how that thing works, my enemies will definitely be surprised much more. Then, he shivered. If a fragment of Shadow's domain was the fourth relic of Shadow Dance, then what the hell would be the fifth? What about the seventh? Chapter 1303 The Great and Terrible Lord Sunless Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 1303 The Great and Terrible Lord Sunless. Eventually, they ran out of food. Ananke's wooden box was now completely empty, except for the plates and cups that Sunny had washed and carefully placed back. There was not even wine left, despite the fact that neither he nor Nephis were fond of alcohol, diluted or not. The old woman seemed stricken by guilt at the lack of things to feed them. Although she was not that old anymore. Ananke looked to be in her 60s now. Her figure remained small and gaunt, but her back was as straight as an arrow. The cataracts disappeared from her eyes, revealing their original piercing blue color. The thin white hair of the elderly priestess turned gray and full, and although her tan skin was still mapped with wrinkles, it was not brittle and transparent anymore. Her frailness and fragility were gone, replaced by wiry tenacity. Overall, she resembled quite a healthy old woman now. That old woman was currently pacing the wooden deck, crushed. Oh, no. Oh, what a blunder. I should have prepared more. Sunny and Nephi looked at each other in confusion. After a few moments of silence, Neph cleared her throat and said, "Granum. Ananke. You don't have to worry about us. Sunny and I, we are both used to hunger and hardship. This is nothing." The old priestess looked at them silently. "But you are children of Weaver." "How can I?" Nephi shook her head. "How do you think children of Weaver live?" Ananke fell silent, then said hesitantly, "I don't know." New novel chapters are published at novelhall.com. Sunny sighed and leaned on the side of the ketch with a smile. "Ah, but he was already corrupted. It's not like I just killed him for no reason." The old woman remained silent for a while, then quietly sighed. "Fish. I am going to catch some fish. We will be arriving at Weave soon, but still. My lord and lady shouldn't suffer hunger while in my care." With that, she turned away from them with a determined expression, which failed to hide a look of pure amazement. Sunny chuckled quietly and closed his eyes, enjoying the warmth of the seven suns on his face. After a few moments, though, he opened them again and glanced at Ananke with curiosity. He still wasn't sure how exactly one went about catching fish in the Great River. As it turned out, Ananke had a very strange idea of what fish was. First, she opened a hatch and produced several items from beneath the storage space beneath the deck: a large ceramic bottle, a bundled rope with a jagged hook attached to it, a set of heavy stone weights, and a scattering of softly shining soul shards, which were all stored in a transparent water skin that seemed to be made from a swim bladder. Then, she grabbed the bottle and climbed onto the helmsman bench, looking at the water from above. When Ananke opened the ceramic vessel, the stench of blood spread through the air. The bottle was, indeed, full of blood. The old woman whispered several words, which Sunny couldn't really make out despite hearing them clearly. At the same time, the ketch suddenly started to slow down, and a subtle, imperceptible change spread through the world. He suddenly did not feel as safe as he had before. "Our concealment is broken." As Sunny tensed, Ananke poured the blood into the water and outstretched one of her hands. A whirlwind of sparks appeared around it, and soon, a long harpoon manifested itself into existence. Rising the harpoon above her head, the old woman inhaled deeply, and then spoke one more word aloud. In the next moment, it was as though an invisible and intangible shockwave spread outward from the ketch. Sunny did not know what its purpose was, but he felt something stir deep within his soul. The thick blood dissolved in the water, causing it to turn red. Then, as if responding to a call, a swift shadow shot toward the ketch from the deep. Crap! Sunny scrambled to his feet, but before he could do anything, Ananke's wiry arm whipped forward, and her harpoon tore through the air with a fierce whistle. It plunged into the water and disappeared from view. A minute later, the old woman dragged the corpse of a fallen nightmare creature onto the deck. The abomination was not too large, with a grotesquely deformed body and flesh that resembled a sponge. Sunny shivered in disgust. "We are going to it, that." The old woman shook her head. "No, my lord. This is simply the bait." She summoned a curved knife and skillfully sliced the carcass of the creature open. Its blood refilled the ceramic bottle, while its soul shard joined the others in the transparent water skin. Finally, Ananke lodged the jagged hook in the abomination's flesh, attached the stone weights to it, and pushed the bladder of soul shards inside. Everything was done neatly, with practiced speed and precision, as if she had performed these actions 1,000 times before. Sunny and Nephi watched her silently. Eventually, he rolled his shoulders and asked, If this is the bait, then what exactly are we catching?" Chapter 1304 Fishing in the Great River Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 1304 Fishing in the Great River. Hearing his question, the old woman smiled. This close to weave? Huh. I hope it's a big maw. Their meat is very tender. Before they could ask what a big maw was, she grunted and threw the dead abomination, as well as the stone weights, over the side of the catch. As the bundle of rope swiftly unfolded, Xianxia swiftly tied its end to a wooden post at the stern of the catch with a sophisticated knot. Soon, the bleeding carcass of the nightmare creature was being dragged a fair distance behind the boat, slowly sinking into the great river. The old woman took up her harpoon again, this time gripping it with some tension. Her weathered face, however, was calm. After waiting for a few minutes, she sighed. Usually, it would be an entire fishing party challenging the depths. But I am the only one left, so. Xianxia remained silent for a moment, and then smiled. Do not worry, my lord and lady. My harpoon has yet to miss. The fishes I catch never managed to swallow me up either, and they won't today. Sunny and Nephi silently looked at each other, then summoned their weapons. However, there was no need. When something massive finally rose from the depths, attracted by the scent of blood and the fragrance of soul essence, Xianxia swiftly readied her harpoon, gazed at the water, and sent it flying with one decisive motion. Soon, they were roasting the meat of a corrupted monster over a bronze brazier. The fish the old woman had caught turned out to be a giant shark-like creature whose body was covered in tough bone armor. However, the harpoon had slid past the bone plates in the only spot where it was possible, above the creature's hidden gills. Sunny did not know what enchantments Xianxia's weapon possessed, but after striking the abomination in its weak spot, the harpoon killed the big maw in one blow. The monster was then dressed down, its succulent meat filling the wooden box, as well as the much larger storage space of the covetous coffer. As she seasoned the roasting meat with salt, the old woman sighed. In the past, we would have harvested much more. Skin, scales, bones, swim bladder, fangs, nothing would have gone to waste. There are very few building materials to be found in the vast waters of the great river, so maintaining a city is not an easy task. We river people have learned to use every resource available. She placed a long strip of meat on the grill and shook her head. There's no need to be so frugal now, though. I am already thankful to the river for this sustenance. With it, I can feed lord and lady, that is enough. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then asked, T/S chapter is updated by. This was the first human-made structure that Sunny and Nephi had seen in the nightmare. Looking at it filled their hearts with emotions. Nephi, especially, looked at the lighthouse with a distant expression. Its radiance reflected in her eyes, illuminating their ineffable depths. Sunny shifted and turned to Xianxia, who was still holding the steering oar. Have we reached Weave? She lingered for a few moments. A boundary of it, yes. The old woman fell silent after that, and Sunny returned to Nephi. Noticing her distant, almost forlorn expression, he asked. Are you thinking about your first nightmare? She nodded slowly. With a sigh, Sunny placed a hand on Neff's shoulder and pulled her closer, allowing her to lean on him slightly. He didn't say anything, and neither did she. Together, they watched the lighthouse draw nearer. Soon, the ketch moved close enough for them to see the details. The lighthouse stood on a small island. That island, however, was not a natural one. Instead, it seemed to have been crafted from the carapace of a sea monster and floated on water, supporting a large and solemn hall built of dark stone. The lighthouse rose from the hall, serving as its tower. There was a long wooden pier protruding into the flowing waters of the great river, as well. The strangest part, however, was that the island did not seem to be drifting with the current. Instead, it remained firmly in place. Another startling detail was that the dark lighthouse with its shining spire was not a lighthouse at all. Instead, it was a windmill. Its long blades rotated slowly, pushed by the wind, white fabric rippling slightly as it circled between land and sky. The island looked quite surreal, especially after weeks spent seeing nothing but flowing water. But it must have been really beautiful at night, illuminated from below by the opalescent radiance of the river. Xianxia finally spoke, her voice a little low. This is the House of Parting. Chapter 1305 House of Parting. This is the House of Parting. It is the furthest point of weave as one travels upstream. New novel chapters are published at novelhall.com. Ananke's voice sounded uncharacteristically dispirited. House of Parting. Sunny studied the artificial island and the solemn structure built upon it, then turned to the old woman and asked. It's a windmill? She nodded. Yes, my lord. The tower harvests the wind to maintain the island. Ananke lingered for a second, and then added. The cities of the Great River are actually more akin to flotillas, each consisting of many city ships, some small like this one, some spanning dozens of kilometers across. They migrate sometimes, but mostly they have to stay in place. There is nothing to anchor a ship to on the Great River, though. Nephis raised an eyebrow. Is the Great River so deep that no anchor can reach its bottom? Ananke shook her head. It is not that the floor of the Great River is too deep, it's that it doesn't exist. No one has ever managed to reach it, at least, so we had to find other ways. She pointed to the rotating blades of the towering windmill. There are various ways to make a city ship resist the current, from mundane ones to magical. The House of Parting, you can't see it from here, but there is a great water wheel at the back of the island, constantly propelling it forward at the same speed as the river pushes it back. Its mechanism is mostly powered by the current itself, but the windmill lightens the burden significantly. She sighed. The island's mechanism is on the brink of collapse, now. I've tried to repair it as well as I could, but my knowledge is insufficient to keep an entire city from breaking apart. There's little point to, anyway. Sunny and Nephis looked at the dark windmill, feeling a sense of awe. The island in front of them was actually the creation of incredible human ingenuity, a floating city district that used the wind and the power of the Great River itself to fight against the currents of time. Even now that the people of Weave were gone, it was still pushing forward, refusing to become a thing of the past. The ketch approached the island in solemn silence. As it drew close, Ananke released the wind filling the sails, skillfully guided the boat to the pier, and moored it to the pier with a piece of rope. The three of them left the small ketch for the first time in a long, long while. Feeling the sturdy wooden planks of the pier under his feet, Sunny enjoyed the fact that the ground was not swaying and took a few steps. He was swaying like a drunk himself for the first couple, but then regained his balance. As he stretched his limbs, Nephis looked around and asked. The House of Parting, why was this place given such a name? In fact, he was surprised by some of the things he had seen already. Would that curious, he asked the old woman about it. She smiled. The trees? There are some. There are floating gardens and fields in Weave. They are, however, he suddenly wanted something else to happen today. Ananke's ketch and the pier of the House of Parting were built of, for example. Where had it come from? The fruits that she had treated them to, as well. There was no soil anywhere on the Great River, so how could there be trees? How could there be flour to bake pies, and tea leaves to brew tea? Curious, he asked the old woman about it. She smiled. The trees? There are some. There are floating gardens and fields in Weave. They are not too large, of course, because the surface of the city is limited. So, we can only afford to eat fruit, bread, and rice on special occasions. Most of the year, the river people eat what the river gives. Sunny looked down, suddenly feeling guilty. So the delicious food he and Nephis had been enjoying was something that Ananke herself had not tasted often. They were currently in one of the smaller chambers of the House of Parting, the old woman preparing to cook them a late supper. He had been rather complacent in allowing her to take care of them, mostly because it felt great to be pampered by someone caring and kind, but also because Ananke was strangely adamant about treating Sunny and Nephis with utmost dedication. However, he suddenly wanted something else to happen today. Walking over to the old woman, he gently pushed her away from the table where all the ingredients were waiting to be prepared and cooked. Go rest, Ananke. I'll take care of everything. She looked at him with big eyes. But, my lord. Sunny resolutely shook his head. No buts. You don't need to cook. Today, this lord is going to cook for you instead. Throwing an evaluating look at the ingredients, he grinned and added. Do you know? I am planning to get rich by opening a restaurant in the future. Then, he paused for a moment, scratched his head, and pointed at Nephice, who gave him a confused look in response. Sunny smiled brightly. And that is my star chef. Come and help your boss, chef. You don't want to get fired before the restaurant even opens, do you? Guilty 3. Chapter 1306 Paths of Ascension. Sunny could not really treat Ananke to the staples of the waking world cuisine, since he lacked the ingredients. He couldn't even cook up the few classic military dishes, which were mostly based on using synthetic rations in inventive ways. However, he and Nephi still managed to make a delicious meal. They were awakened, after all, and awakened were supreme masters of turning monster meat into all kinds of delightful dishes. In fact, awakened cuisine was as varied as its basic ingredients were limited. There were some fundamental skills taught to everyone, but each citadel and region of the dream realm added its own flavor to the tradition. So, each awakened cook was, in a sense, unique. Take Sunny, for example. His fundamental skills had been taught to him by teacher Julius. Since teacher Julius was anchored in Bastion, Sunny's cooking acquired a hint of Bastion's tradition. Later, it was influenced by the flavor passed down to Nephice by the Immortal Flame clan, and then assimilated the improvised habits of the sleepers of the Dark City. After that, he absorbed the local tradition of the Chained Isles, as well as learning this and that from the government awakened in Antarctica. Since there was no other awakened whose culinary skills were the result of this exact combination of influences, the flavor of Sunny's cooking was unique. Soon, the chamber was filled with a delicious smell. The meal they prepared was not the most visually stunning, but its fragrance was tantalizing. The meat had just the right amount of crust on the outside, while the insides were juicy and moist. It had absorbed the spices and the heat of the coals, becoming tender enough to melt on the tongue. New novel chapters are published at novelhall.com. Still, it didn't look too pretty. Awakened did not really care about the presentation, since their meals were usually eaten in a hurry while keeping one eye out for the prowling abominations. There were some side dishes, at least. Ananke tasted the dish presented to her with diligently hidden caution, but then, her eyes widened slightly. Throwing a quick glance at Sunny and Nephice, she hesitated for a few moments, and then attacked her food like a hungry wolf. Sunny smiled. That's better. It was a far cry from the start of their journey together, when he had to force her to eat even a single small pie. The old woman's appetite was not making him worry anymore. That said, why was she so surprised? Huh? Do I not look like a guy who can outcook every damned cook out there? Sunny grimaced. Well, maybe it was because he was going around boasting about how he had eaten nothing but rotten mimic meat for a month. It was only fair for people to doubt his taste after hearing such things. Still. I better get Aiko to do the promotions when I open my restaurant. And, maybe write me a guide on what I should and shouldn't say. He could have the shop and the restaurant in the same building. Customers would come to browse the memories, then have a meal to celebrate the purchase. And he would receive the money for both. Chuckling, Sunny focused on his own portion. Soon, they were done with the supper and were preparing to rest. The house of parting consisted of the main ceremonial hall, several smaller halls, and a scattering of rooms for the departing and their close ones to sleep in before saying the final goodbyes. So, Sunny and Nephice were going to enjoy sleeping on actual beds tonight, for the first time since leaving the siege capital to participate in the Battle of the Black Skull. Before that, however, all three of them remained around the table, drinking tea and savoring its refreshing warmth. Despite the solemn nature of their surroundings, the atmosphere was light and uplifting. It was hard not to enjoy the simple comforts after spending months in the wilderness. Maybe it was this relaxed mood that prompted Sunny to ask the question he had been hesitating to ask for a while. Putting down his cup, he glanced at the old woman and asked. The old woman smiled, lingered for a while, and then said thoughtfully. Although my knowledge is limited, I will try to explain as best I can. Let's see, the first step is, of course, to awaken. To awaken, one must gain control over their soul essence, and use that control to form the soul core. Sunny blinked. In that order? Ananke did not seem to understand the question. Naturally. How would one form the core without being able to control essence? It is like trying to build a building without bricks. There are some powerful creatures who are born with their soul cores already formed, sure, and have to learn to move. Their learning how to control essence is the hardest part. Forming the core takes time and essence as they mature. But most are born dormant, like us humans. She paused for a moment. Learning how to control essence is the hardest part. Forming the core takes time and effort, but as long as you have the knowledge, success is all but guaranteed. Well, some still fail, of course, and die after their souls collapse. Sunny and Nephi glanced at each other. So, the ancient humans awakened in the reverse order compared to modern humans, who formed their soul core after the first nightmare and gained the ability to control essence after surviving the first journey to the dream realm. That was how the spell arranged things. Interesting. Nephi took a sip of her tea and asked, her voice tinged with a hint of curiosity. Then how does one learn to control their essence? The awakened of the waking world received the ability to sense their essence from the spell. The intuitive knowledge of how to control it was gifted to them, too. It just took time and practice to turn that control into a practical skill. Most received these gifts after awakening, while Nephi's had to catch up after becoming a master. Ananke thought for a few moments. There is no single way to gain control over your soul essence. In fact, it is a unique experience for many. Some spend long years meditating and perfecting their souls, eventually entering a state of unity between mind and soul. Some attune themselves to the world and gather insights about the nature of living things, traveling from realm to realm. Some follow the teachings of great warriors and train their bodies, testing themselves through hardship and battle. Some even receive sudden epiphanies in a moment of dire crisis with no preparation whatsoever. She hesitated for a bit. However, there is a path that anyone can walk, both the simplest and the most dangerous, as well as the most vile. Sunny raised an eyebrow. And what is that path? Ananke sighed. It is to absorb soul essence that has already awakened. Through killing those who have already awakened, and plundering their soul shards. Her face turned grim. The awakened essence already knows how to be controlled, so when it is mixed with the essence of dormant beings, it will change that essence, a little. Absorb enough of it, and your essence will awaken, too. Things were simple during the Age of Heroes, when many corrupted prowled the realms, and humans had to battle them to survive. But as the eras changed and there were fewer monsters to kill, some humans and noble creatures turned to killing each other, instead. Chapter 1307 Before the Nightmare Spell Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 1307 Before the Nightmare Spell. The old woman fell silent. Sunny and Nephi were somber, too. It was too easy to imagine what vile acts those who lusted for power could commit in a world that rewarded murder with strength. In fact, the same vileness could have consumed the waking world, where absorbing the essence of slain humans was easier than hunting down countless nightmare creatures. If not for the government and people like Jet, who maintained order and suppressed the darker side of the awakened society with an iron fist, things would have turned grim long ago. Legacy clans also played their part, preventing human enclaves in the dream realm from spiraling into lawlessness. Eventually, Sunny sighed and shook his head. So, once your soul essence awakens and you can control it, the next step is to patiently work on forming the soul core. What happens then? Ananke smiled and pointed to her chest, where the soul core of a human was usually located. Accumulation of power. Ascension is a step of rising above one's mortal nature by improving the quality of their essence, and their body as well. This step can be slow if one refines themselves naturally, or fast, if one improves their essence by absorbing the essence of stronger beings. Once the soul essence reaches a qualitative change, the soul core will reform itself and grow stronger, as well. Of course, it won't happen without some conscious refinement either. Sunny tilted his head. How does one refine their essence, exactly? Ananke laughed. It's not something I can explain in one conversation. There are methods and techniques, the knowledge of which has been accumulated over countless generations and is taught to disciples over many years. Even then, very few manage to succeed. Of course, all those who do succeed have to find the way into their soul sea first. Without the ability to enter the soul sea, it would take one many lifetimes to ascend even with the best refinement technique. She shook her head with a smile. At least that is how it is for us humans. Some of the noble creatures have their own ways, they can possess multiple soul cores, as well, and walk the path of ascension more naturally. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Wait, people have to learn how to enter their soul seas? The old woman nodded matter-of-factly. Of course. That is, without the guidance of the nightmare spell. Weaver gave us mortals a gift that can hasten each step on the path of ascension, including the discovery of one's soul sea. That's unexpected. Everyone just assumed that being able to access the soul sea was a natural ability of all awakened, including sleepers. As it turned out, that was another thing that the spell had simplified for the humans of the waking world. Ruthless, relentless, and immensely effective. That is how the spell is. Why is it that only humans possess aspects? Why don't creatures, noble creatures, have them as well? To the humans of the waking world, everything that was not a human was a nightmare creature. But, of course, Sunny had learned a long time ago that this wasn't the case. There were humans, and there were creatures, like the original saint or nightmare. It was only after they succumbed to corruption did the noble creatures, as Ananke called such beings, become abominations. The problem was that there were only humans in the waking world, while every creature in the dream realm was already corrupted. That was why the concept of something that was not human, but also not abominable, was hard to accept. However, in the ancient times, humans and noble creatures lived side by side. Nevertheless, the difference between them was the same: humans could only rise in rank, but possessed aspects, while noble creatures rose both in rank and class, but had no aspects of their own. So, the question Nephi asked was indeed interesting. Ananke smiled. Why, it is because noble creatures were created by the gods, while we humans weren't. Sunny blinked. Huh? He did know that creating living things was an authority exclusive to the gods, which was why Nether's feat of making Saint and her people was so remarkable. Now, he learned that all creatures were the result of the gods exercising that authority. But what did Ananke mean when she said that humans weren't made the same way? Noticing their confusion, she chuckled. Humans weren't created by anyone, and instead just appeared from the same stuff the gods were born from. It's just that, if the gods were the flame, then we humans were tiny sparks that shot out as the bonfire was dying out. Nevertheless, we come from the same source. Which is why all humans possess the potential to become divine, as well as the ability to awaken an aspect. Why the path of ascension is open to us. Sunny frowned. There was an ever-changing void, where desire was born. From it came direction, and the gods. He still did not really understand the meaning of these mysterious words, but if Ananke was telling the truth, and not just retelling baseless myths, humans came from the desire and direction as well, just as the gods had. He shook his head. All right. I can understand that. But why did you say that it's not only an aspect that is required to transcend, but also the flaw? The old woman sighed. Because one can't exist without the other. Imperfection is also an absolute law, just like death, and so, nothing is flawless. Even the world itself is flawed. Even the gods, who were born flawless, are not perfect anymore. And so, we humans are flawed, too. She smiled and added, her voice calm, but that is a good thing. Flawless things are perfect, and so, they can never improve. They can never grow. They can only remain still and unchanging, which is no different from being dead. Being flawed is the essence of life, my lord and lady. It is also the essence of growth. After all, what is life if not a constant struggle to grow and improve? Updated from Chapter 1308 Weave. Sunny almost choked on his tea. He had grown accustomed to Xianxia being helpful and accommodating, so he did not expect her to become philosophical all of a sudden. Worse still, because of his own flaw, he had no chance but to answer her philosophical question. What is life, huh? He coughed. Well, I don't know. To me, life is all about being rich and comfortable. Throw a little decadence in the mix, and it's even better. If I ever manage to build such a delightful life for myself, I'll be more than happy to never improve or grow, apart from growing fatter, that is. The old woman laughed. That is a remarkable dream, my lord. Nephi threw a burning gaze at him at the mention of decadence, then turned to Xianxia. Then what about the next step? How does one become supreme? Her voice was tense. The old woman lingered for a while, then shook her head with a sigh. That I don't know, and there is no one left to teach me. I am sorry that I can't be of help. Sunny shook his head. No. You've already been very helpful. We learned a lot from you. Xianxia smiled. In that case, thank you for this meal, my lord and lady. I've been blessed by your grace. Rest well tonight. She rose and added, her voice tinged with melancholy. Tomorrow, we sail to the center of the city. After she left, Sunny and Nephi remained silent for a while. Both were thoughtful, pondering the startling truths of how the ancient humans walked the path of ascension before the nightmare spell. Eventually, Sunny sighed. It seems that awakening took a lot longer before, but was not nearly as fatal as it is with the nightmare spell. Nephi nodded silently. He scratched the back of his head and added. I'm more curious about something else, though. If it is possible to awaken without the help of the spell, then why has no one accomplished just that in the waking world? Why were there no awakened in our history? She frowned. Maybe it is because the waking world has nothing to do with the dream realm, and functioned according to a different set of laws. Or maybe there were awakened in our history, but their stories have become mere myths. Nephi shook her head and added, her voice uncertain. It would also not be surprising if the possibility was there, but no one has ever managed to grasp it. After all steps except the first one, gaining the ability to sense your essence, require some kind of knowledge. Forming the core, refining essence, expanding the soul, you wouldn't be able to do it blindly. For the ancient humans of the dream realm, it was not too hard to gain that knowledge. All they had to do was observe the awakened creatures or learn directly from one of the deities. Look. The ketch was flying across the water, its sails full of wind. Sunny was standing at the bow, staring into the distance curiously. Nephi was a few steps back, sitting on the deck with her eyes closed. Hearing his voice, she opened them and looked ahead. There, a floating city was slowly appearing from beyond the horizon. Weave. It was much larger than Sunny had imagined, with countless artificial islands connected together to form a single whole. There was a network of canals between the various districts that served as roads, and a forest of narrow towers rising into the sky. Most of them were wind catchers, just like the tower of the House of Parting was. Some blades still rotated, some were broken and still. Torn scarlet fabric fluttered in the wind. The architecture of Weave was varied, airy, and beautiful. Some buildings were constructed out of stone, some seemed to be carved of ivory, some were pavilions of sun-bleached, bright silk. There were districts with homes and houses, groves of fruit trees, and even entire city ships taken entirely by a single elegant palace or a solemn temple. Some distance away from the residential districts, separated from them by a wide stretch of water, were vast floating fields and gardens. Bathed in the light of the seven suns, the floating city was strange and fantastical. However, neither Sunny nor Nephi were enchanted by its dreamlike beauty. Because, above all else, Weave seemed eerie and forlorn. The tall wind catchers were still or broken. The streets and canals were empty, with no soul in sight. The groves were overgrown and wild, while the fields were desolate and empty. Some city ships were drifting apart, their mechanisms broken, while others were tilted and partially submerged in water. It was a ghost town. Strangely, though, while some buildings bore scars or had collapsed, most were intact. This was not the picture of destruction and devastation that they had imagined. "Welcome to Weave, my lord and lady." Ananke's voice sounded slightly mournful. It also sounded very different from before. There had been a time when her voice was weak and creaky, like dry wood. Now, it was bright and melodious like a clear stream. Right. Sunny still felt rather strange when talking to the current Ananke. The old priestess, no, he couldn't even call her that anymore, because Ananke wasn't old anymore. Turning around, he looked at the young woman steering the ketch. She seemed only a few years older than Sunny and Nephi's, if any. More than that, she was exquisitely beautiful. With her small stature and glistening ebony hair, dusky skin and piercing blue eyes, Ananke looked like an enchanting river spirit. Her lovely face was lively and captivating, and her disarming smile was bright enough to illuminate the world. Weird. It's weird. Sunny was deeply uncomfortable for the last couple of days because of how young Ananke had become. On top of that, despite being 10 times his age, she seemed too earnest and even slightly naive. That was the person he had been calling grandmother. With a sigh, Sunny tried to shake off the feeling of incongruity and asked in a strange tone. "Haven't you told us that Weave was destroyed, Ananke?" "It doesn't seem damaged that terribly." The young priestess remained silent for a while, then answered with a sad smile. "There is more than one way to destroy a city, my lord." With that, she moved the steering oar and sent the ketch flying toward the central district of the eerie city of Weave, where only the wind disrupted the ghostly silence and emptiness permeated desolate streets. Chapter 1309 Mad Prince. Soon, they slowed down and entered one of the canals. Ananke whispered a few words, and the sails lowered themselves. Summoning her long harpoon, she stood up and used it as a pole to push the ketch forward. As it traveled deeper into the heart of the city, Sunny and Nephi silently watched the districts that floated past. Indeed, there were no living beings here, at least none that they could see. Nephi shifted slightly. "You said that Weave was devastated by a defiled. Is that still here?" Ananke slowly shook her head. "No. But I've been absent for a long time. An abomination or two could have crawled out of the river to make a nest among the ruins. It is better to be careful." Sunny and Nephi glanced at each other and silently summoned their weapons. "Just what the hell has happened here?" Eventually, the ketch reached an intersection of 2 wide canals. Ananke allowed it to drift for a dozen meters, then stopped at a small platform. There were stone steps leading from the platform to one of the central districts of the city, and after roping the ketch to a post, she lightly jumped down. Together, the 3 of them ascended the stairs and entered a wide plaza. It was desolate and partially submerged in water, with scars on the collapsed buildings hinting at a fearsome battle that must have taken place here a long time ago. Ananke, who had been strangely reluctant to answer their questions before, finally sighed and turned to face them. "The defiled that destroyed Weave visited us almost half a century ago. However, the city did not die until a few decades after that." Both Sunny and Nephi looked at her in confusion. How could a city be destroyed decades after it was attacked? The young priestess remained silent for a while, then gestured to the drowned plaza. "This is where the battle ended, and the slaughter started. I've told you before that outsiders are vital to the existence of the river people. They are the oldest and most powerful among us. They are also the only ones who can travel unimpeded across the river. Without them, the cities would become completely isolated from each other. Well, that doesn't really apply to this city of exiles, since we were always on our own." She looked down. "But since Weave is located close to the desolate future, we had to constantly defend ourselves from powerful corrupted. The elders were the only ones who could pursue and eradicate them, otherwise, those horrid creatures could come and go as they pleased, retreating when wounded to attack again, and again, and again. So, that was how the defiled destroyed our city." Ananke gazed at the drowned plaza with a grim expression. He simply killed every outsider in Weave. After the elders were gone, the rest of us were slowly driven to extinction. Some died fighting the corrupted, some succumbed to sorrow and despair. The less of us there were, the harder it was to keep those who remained alive. A blow after blow, a disaster after disaster, eventually, despite all my efforts, Weave was no more. The young priestess frowned. Some even say that the Dread Lord is the true ruler of Verge, and that all defiled submit to his commands. If so, maybe he was the one who sent the Mad Prince to Weave. I doubt it, though. I am not sure if that thing can be controlled by anyone, so he must have come of his own accord. Nephice, who had been listening silently for a while, suddenly asked in a steady tone. The Dread Lord is said to be the ruler of defilement? What about the first Seeker? What power do he and the other 5 plagues possess? What rank and class are they? Ananke smiled helplessly. I am sorry, my lady. Weave is far away from the other human cities, so whatever news used to reach us was vague and fragmentary. The first Seeker, no one had seen him in a long, long time. Some say that he has turned into a mindless mass of rotting flesh because of the defilement. Some say that he was severely wounded by the Serpent King and is yet to recover. Some say that the Dread Lord has subjugated and imprisoned him. She lingered. As for the 6 plagues, we knew very little of them. The Soul Stealer is said to possess the ability to wear the skin of those he kills. The devouring beast is immensely ferocious and feeds on human flesh. Torment is known for subjecting her victims to harrowing torture. Undying slaughter is eternally consumed by insatiable bloodlust. The Dread Lord, no one has ever survived facing him, so his powers are unknown. The young priestess smiled bitterly. I can tell you about the Mad Prince, though. He is a raving lunatic who seems to be as murderous as he is tormented by his own madness. He looks human, or at least human-shaped. His clothes are tattered, and his face is a mass of scars, which look to have been inflicted by his own nails. He is said to wear a tarnished crown, but I haven't seen it myself. At first glance, he appears rather pitiful, however, beneath that ragged surface hides a vile and hateful monster. She gritted her teeth and looked at the scarred buildings surrounding the plaza. His powers are that of a sword saint. But his swordsmanship is as mad as he is himself. It is violent and utterly chaotic, yet cruel and savagely lethal. He finds joy in tormenting his victims, then grows indifferent to their pain the next moment. The most terrifying thing about him, though, is that his madness spreads like a disease. Other than that, perhaps I did not even get to see his true power. He tore our elders apart with just his blade, as if they were weak children. Nephice glanced at her own sword, then asked somberly. What about his rank and class? Ananke lowered her head. It was hard to tell. He is of the corrupted rank, I think. As for his class, I am almost certain that he is a Titan. Updated from Chapter 1310 Forsaken. A corrupted Titan. Sunny's face grew dark. The memories of Falcon Scott flashed in his mind, bringing with them a bitter taste. It was another city that had been destroyed by a corrupted Titan, even if the scale and swiftness of destruction was different. He remained silent for a few moments, then asked quietly. Aren't Titans usually huge? Ananke hesitated, then shrugged. Her azure eyes were crestfallen. Most are. But some aren't. More than that, the defiled, they were humans once. Their path to profane power is unique. He nodded, feeling a deep sense of unease. A corrupted Titan, if one of these 6 plagues was indeed as powerful as the winter beast, then just how terrifying the Dread Lord would be? Updated from Still, Sunny felt a dark and scathing desire to kill that Mad Prince. It was strange, really, he had met all kinds of horrid nightmare creatures, but knowing that the Mad Butcher who destroyed Weave had been a human once filled him with dark wrath. Just how low can a person fall? Odious. The Mad Prince, whoever he had been before succumbing to corruption, was simply odious. Such a vile creature had no right to exist. Sunny gritted his teeth, thinking about how many of the abominations he had slain in the past were former humans as well. After thousands of years of corruption, the distinction was all but erased, but, here in the nightmare, it felt different. Nephice, meanwhile, had another question. Looking at the forlorn vista of weave with a frown, she hesitated for a few moments, then asked softly. Ananke, you said that the outsiders were the most powerful warriors of your city. The Mad Prince easily killed them all. Wouldn't that mean that he could have killed all the Riverborn, as well? Why did he spare you? Sunny grimaced. He was asking himself the same questions, but didn't want to speak it aloud in fear of hurting the young priestess more than she had already been hurt. Ananke remained silent for a while, her head lowered. Eventually, she took a breath and said quietly. Maybe he wanted us to suffer longer. Maybe he needed us to live some more, for whatever reason. Maybe he simply did not care. The Riverborn, he did kill some. However, then, he stayed his sword and kneeled in front of the girl he spared. She was a child who had just recently arrived from the House of Youth. He asked her a question, then left. Sunny and Nephice looked at each other somberly. She asked. What did the defiled ask? The young priestess lingered, then slowly shook her head. He asked her, do you wish to live? She said that she did. Hearing that, the Mad Prince burst into laughter, wiped his bloody sword on her tunic, and disappeared. He never returned, and since all our elders were dead, we never heard about him again. Insane bastard. They traveled across Weave to collect everything needed for the long journey ahead. Even after long years of being abandoned, the city still seemed to be in a relatively good shape. However, beneath the beautiful surface, it had already started to crumble. Sunny knew that Weave was not going to exist for much longer. Maybe in a decade or two, the floating city was going to break apart and be swallowed by the currents of the great river, disappearing forever under the waves. Before it did. And necessities that one would need to travel the great river. There were items, as well. The weapons and armor that the people of Weave had. They gathered fruit from the wild groves and other supplies from various caches that Ananke had established throughout the city. There was food, spices, wine, tea leaves, and necessities that one would need to travel the great river. There were items, as well. The weapons and armor that the people of Weave had crafted and used were of inferior quality to the powerful memories that Sunny and Nephice wielded, but they were able to collect a lot of things that would make traversing the tomb of Ariel easier, from simple blankets and cutlery to fishing nets sturdy enough to capture nightmare creatures and sail repair kits. Everything went into the covetous coffer. As they moved from one district to another, Ananke also shared stories of Weave and its people with them. How they lived, what rituals they observed, what passions drove them and what vices they sometimes succumbed to. There were interesting details about the everyday lives of the river people and entertaining anecdotes. Sunny really learned a lot from hearing these stories, and the more he learned, the more amazed he became. Their world was so different from anything he knew, and so, they had adapted to its strange circumstances with the tenacious ingenuity inherent to all humans. Their knowledge of how to survive on the great river had been built over many generations of persistent, relentless learning and unceasing improvement. Humans were the most adaptable of species, indeed. When Ananke started to tell them about Weave, there was a shadow of sadness in her eyes. However, as she remembered the people from her past, they gradually grew bright and warm. A sweet smile appeared on her lips. But the more the young priestess spoke, the more despondent Sunny became. He hid his expression and stared at the empty streets of the desolate city, his own eyes veiled by somber darkness. It's unfair. Ananke had been nothing but kind to them, so it was unfair. Sunny and Nephice were going to leave Weave to travel into the distant past and challenge the nightmare, but she could never leave. Because she was Riverborn. After guiding the two of them as far as she could, the young priestess was going to return to the crumbling city. And live the rest of her life here, alone and forsaken. Sunny's heart was heavy, and his hatred of the Mad Prince burned darker. Looking away, he gritted his teeth. Curse that vile bastard. Chapter 13:11 Temple of the Nightmare Spell. Correct title, plus, turn off reset. Chapter 1311 Temple of the Nightmare Spell, correct title, consumed by despondence, Sunny tried to find solace in anger. But it was of no use. Then, Sunny tried to remind himself that the Ananke he knew was just an apparition conjured by the spell. The real Ananke, the true priestess of the nightmare spell who had lived in the real tomb of Ariel, was long dead, her spirit and bones taken by the great river. She had never met Sunny and Nephice. She had never traveled to the far reaches of the future or made delicious small pies for two complete strangers. In fact, it was not at all clear if the real Ananke shared the same fate as the one he knew. The Serpent King had brought many challengers into the nightmare. After all, their actions had to have changed the flow of events within this version of the Tomb of Ariel. Perhaps the real weave was never destroyed by one of the 6 plagues, or had been wiped out entirely long before Ananke was born. But telling himself that Ananke was not real did not help either. It never did. Be it the first nightmare, the second, or the third, Sunny could not help but treat the people he met as real. With a heavy sigh, he turned to look at the magnificent structure they were approaching. It was an unusual one. Much larger than most buildings in Weave, it was situated in the very heart of the city, on a solitary island ship that floated some distance away from the rest. The artificial island was connected to the neighboring ones with rope bridges of white silk, resembling a spider sitting at the center of a vast web. The structure itself was tall and imposing, built of roughly cut black stone. Tattered white banners were hanging from its walls, fluttering in the wind. It looked nebulous and sinister, like a temple of some dark deity. Sunny had an idea who that deity was. Looking up, he saw a lonely figure standing on the roof of the numinous temple, looking down at the desolate ruin of Weave. The black silk of its long hair and tunic remained motionless despite the strong wind. He couldn't see the figure's face from the distance, but silhouetted against the azure sky, it seemed strangely grim. There you are. The sin of Solace had finally shown himself after hiding somewhere for a long time. And yet, the Wraith was simply observing the ghost city from above instead of tormenting Sunny with snide remarks. Its behavior had been getting stranger and stranger ever since the start of the nightmare. Well, good. Stay away for as long as you want, you won't be missed. Paying attention to the apparition through one of the shadows, Sunny followed Ananke across one of the rope bridges. As they got closer to the ominous temple, Sunny and Nephice felt a strong sense of unease. However, the young priestess looked unperturbed. If anything, her expression grew calmer. This is the last place we will visit in Weave. Even her voice sounded lighter. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then asked in a somewhat stifled tone. Is this, the Temple of Weaver? Ananke shook her head with a faint smile. No, my lord. Weaver was elusive and had no desire to be worshipped. It is useless to worship the demon of fate, anyway, no matter how virtuous you are and how many offerings you make, fate will always remain uncaring, unchanged, and inevitable. She pointed to this dark temple. No, this is the temple of the nightmare spell. Of the gift Weaver has given us to rely on instead of the gods, the demons, and of fate itself. Of fate itself. Sunny was once again faced with the fact the demon of fate seemed to have created the spell to resist the very thing that was supposed to be the source of their power. Maybe Weaver was bound by the chains of fate, just like I am bound by them, too. The sudden thought was both ominous and chilling. If even the demon of fate had not been able to escape its clutches, then how could Sunny ever hope to succeed where Weaver had failed? Still, despite everything that had happened, he still wanted to be free. That primal desire was rooted deep within his soul, smoldering, too vast and searing to be put out by shallow things like knowledge or wisdom. Even though Sunny had learned that there was no such thing as true freedom, at least not without sacrificing everything one held dear, he still stubbornly clung to the desperate wish of breaking free of his bonds. It was just that the tumultuous twists and turns of his strange life had dampened that fiery hope a little. He sighed, then glanced at Nephice with a guarded expression. She was not going to do something extreme like burning the temple of the spell down, was she? Ananke might have been sincerely devoted to them, but Sunny doubted that the young priestess would just watch silently as her home was destroyed. And although it was sometimes easy to forget because of her gentle temperament, she was still a true saint. Even if she wasn't, Sunny simply did not want to fight Ananke. Luckily, Nephi seemed to be holding back her hatred for the sake of their kind guide. She had been raised by her grandmother, after all. Even though Neph had not shown it, meeting Ananke must have pulled at the strings of her heart, which still existed, no matter how abused, neglected, and ravaged by torment it was. Let's hurry inside. Oblivious to the hidden conflict between her faith and the people she considered to be its apostles, the young priestess headed toward the gates of the sinister temple with a smile on her lips. Sunny and Nephi followed, neither of them saying anything. Soon, they passed through the dark entrance and found themselves within a vast hall. Its interior was shrouded in darkness, creating a solemn and mysterious atmosphere for everyone except Sunny, of course, who could see everything just fine. Narrow beams of stark sunlight were falling from the elaborately carved light wells in the ceiling, intertwined in a complicated pattern. The Temple of the Nightmare spell looked frightening and sinister on the outside, but its interior was quietly beautiful. The intricate tapestry of falling light resembled the breathtaking weave of the inner workings of the spell, while the darkness of the vast hall was like the lightless void between dream and reality where it was hiding. It was strangely peaceful here. Sir the novel_fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. What caught Sunny's eye, however, were the white tapestries of enormous spiderwebs growing freely between the columns and support beams of the hall. He shifted uncomfortably and pointed to them, mentally preparing for battle. I think an abomination did make a nest in the ruins. Ananke looked at him in confusion for a moment, then chuckled. Her melodious laughter echoed under the roof of the dark hall. No need to be alarmed, my lord. The spider silk has always been here. No one knows what the demon of fate looks like, you see, which is why they are often depicted as a spider. Because of that, spiders were akin to sacred animals to us followers of Weaver. It was forbidden to harm a spider or its web, and we lived peacefully side by side with many. She swept her gaze across the interior of the temple, her eyes growing wistful. I spent my youth in this temple, learning the duties of a priestess from my mother. The spiders who lived here were my friends. They are all gone now, of course, fate wasn't merciful to them either. But their silk remains. Sunny gave the young woman a strange look. So, little Ananke was friends with spiders. She must have been one hell of a creepy girl. But then again, who was he to judge? Sunny had never been a well-adjusted child himself. At least I didn't have to deal with all this sticky web. Gods, living in this temple must have been annoying. As he thought that, his gaze finally settled on a mass of roughly cut stone towering in the center of the hall. It resembled a wide pillar that had been broken by a devastating blow and then damaged by unbearable heat, its upper part deformed like a melted candle. The widest beam of sunlight fell vertically on the stone pillar, bathing it in blinding white radiance. Walking closer, Sunny noticed that the whole mass of stone was covered by engravings. There had been many scenes depicted on it once, it seemed, but now, only one remained. He shivered. Cut into the ancient stone, an enormous gate was depicted, its titanic surface wrapped in unbreakable chains. In front of it, a tall figure stood, the shape and form of its body hidden by a dark mantle. Only the face could be seen, or rather, the mask. The mask of a fearsome demon with ferocious fangs and a crown of 3 twisting horns. Drawn to the stone image, Sunny felt his blood stir. Of course, he knew whose figure was carved into the broken pillar. It was Weaver. Urdiel's note, Chapter 1310 has the wrong title, the title should be Forsaken. Should be fixed by one of the admins soon, I let him know about it. Chapter 1312 Ancient Mural. Sunny remained silent for a while, looking at the broken pillar. Eventually, he turned to Ananke and asked in a hesitant tone. What is this? The young priestess approached the mass of dark stone and bowed her head. After a few moments of reverent silence, she straightened and looked at him with a proud smile. It is one of the greatest relics of Weave, my lord. This column was brought into the tomb of Ariel by my elders, and then carried all the way here after their exile. It depicts the deeds of Weaver, from birth to the bestowal of the nightmare spell to my people. Her smile dimmed. However, as you can see, the column has been severely damaged over the ages. Now, only this one image remains. Sunny frowned and stared at chains wrapped around the titanic gate. For whatever reason, just looking at them made him feel deeply uncomfortable. But what is its meaning? His voice was full of both curiosity and apprehension. Ananke stepped closer to the broken pillar and studied the ancient engraving for a few moments in solemn silence. Then, she said in a melodious tone. This is a fragment of the mural that tells the story of one of Weaver's greatest deeds. The story of how the wandering demon braved the eternal abyss. The frown on Sunny's face deepened. He briefly glanced at Nephi and said. The eternal abyss? Do you mean the primordial void? The young priestess nodded. Yes. After the gods sealed the void, Weaver was the only one who managed to enter it. Or, rather, the only one of those who had entered it who managed to return alive. At least that is what the legends say. The young priestess laughed. How would mortals like us know? Some legends say that the demon of fate wanted to gain knowledge of the origin of the gods. Others say that it was Weaver's own origin that they sought to uncover. Perhaps it was both. Sunny stared at her for a moment. Perhaps the two are one and the same. Ananke shook her head. Whatever it was that Weaver had learned in the abyss, is not that important, really. What matters more is that witnessing the eternal void gave the demon of fate the first reason to create the nightmare spell. That is what we, its priests, believe. So while this mural does not depict the inception of the nightmare spell, it does depict the inception of the idea of it. Which is why the remains of this column is the greatest relic of Weave. Sunny tilted his head. What? What does the eternal void have to do with the nightmare spell? That's the first time I'm hearing about this. Wasn't Ananke contradicting herself? Before, she had said that the purpose of the nightmare spell was to give living beings a chance to save themselves from the annihilation of the Doom War. But then again, she was a priestess, and religious beliefs were rarely bound by reason. Contradictions were par for the course, and for the same reason, Sunny had to take everything Ananke said with a grain of salt. Still, there could be some truth to what she said. The young priestess bowed to the broken pillar again, then walked away with light steps. My lord, my lady, come. I will show you the rest of the temple. Sunny and Nephi exchanged a glance, both pondering the meaning of the ancient mural. Neither of them knew what to make of it, so they followed Ananke in silence. Soon, the three of them settled for sleep. Tired after the long journey and the forlorn eeriness of Weave, Sunny fell into the embrace of dreams almost instantly. That night, he saw a nightmare. In the nightmare, Sunny was a spider with one of his 8 legs broken off. He was crawling across the stone floor, consumed by fear. Behind him, broken chains were falling down with a deafening clangor, and a titanic door stood wide open, its dark maw hiding indescribable horror. Sunny crawled and crawled, but no matter how he strained himself, the horrifying gate was only drew closer. Chapter 1313 Nightmare Within Nightmare. Sunny dreamt of a titanic gate that stood wide open, something boundless and entirely alien hiding in the darkness of its colossal maw. He was a spider with a severed leg, crawling away as broken chains fell to the ground all around him. His mind was consumed by terror, while his heart was full of a cold, bitter feeling of betrayal and regret. Escape. I must escape. Sunny pushed his small body across the stone floor. There were beautiful webs veiling the vast hall of the temple, their silk threads weaved into a grandiose tapestry. A spark flew, and a moment later, the webs were engulfed in fire. They disappeared in a flash, leaving behind only clouds of acrid smoke that obscured the entire world. At least he couldn't see the harrowing gate anymore. Suffocating, he crawled through the smoke, and slowly, torturously, the terror devouring his soul dissipated. Sunny felt as if he had escaped the immediate danger, however, he was hopelessly lost. There was nothing except for searing heat and the dark glow of spreading flame around him. His body was already starting to grow unbearably hot. He froze for a moment, resting and trying to find the way out of the smoldering inferno. Then, for a moment, he felt a breeze caressing his singed carapace from somewhere ahead. There. Sunny rose to his 7 feet and limped forward as fast as he could. Soon, he left the smoke and the fire behind. There was a silent expanse of still water around him now. The smoke was gone, but a thick mist took its place. It swirled and moved, flowing slowly past the shivering figure of the small spider. Where am I? Sunny took a step and discovered that he could somehow walk on the surface of the water, just like he could within the Soul Sea. Advancing hesitantly, he ventured deeper into the fog. Some time passed, perhaps only a few minutes, perhaps an eternity, and he had lost all sense of direction. There was nothing but mist in the world. Until something else appeared in the gray void. Sunny trembled. There, ahead of him, something, was sitting on the calm surface of the water, staring down. The figure was dressed in tattered rags, its gaunt body hidden from view. It seemed like a human, or was at least human-shaped. The man's dirty hair was hanging like seaweeds, and his face was hidden from view. A jagged band of dark metal rested on his head like a tarnished crown. Suddenly, Sunny felt cold. The Mad Prince? It was one of the 6 heralds of the estuary, one of the 6 plagues. The creature in front of him looked rather pitiful, but it was still a corrupted titan. He was in dire danger. The Mad Prince suddenly froze, then groaned and struck his head with a fist. I can't remember. Ah, but it is also an answer. His ugly face rippled, as if trying to assume a human expression. You're neither. You are an imposter? The creature's voice suddenly grew dark and vicious. You, murderer. An unhinged laugh escaped his lips, and then, the Mad Prince slowly rose. His tattered rags moved, shrouded in mist. As Sunny took another step back, desperately trying to wake up, the defiled took a step forward. How about it, murderer? Come closer. I'll tell you a secret. You deserve that much. There was suddenly nowhere to go. The gray mist became solid, blocking all paths to retreat. And Sunny was, indeed, curious. Curious against his will. He was a great lover of secrets, after all. As he shuddered, feeling his thoughts spin out of control, there was suddenly a presence between him and the Mad Prince. Someone else was standing there, blocking the view of the mad creature with his back. It was a young man in a black tunic, with long raven black hair and a grim expression on his pale face. The Sin of Solace. What is he doing here? The wraith seemed uncharacteristically serious as he stared the Mad Prince down. Without turning his head, the apparition said in a voice that was neither snide nor mocking. Instead, it was grave. What are you doing, fool? Summon your horse and get out of here. Hurry. Chapter 13-14 Revelations of Madness. Shielded by the Sin of Solace, Sunny was suddenly capable of pushing through the mist again. He backed away as the defiled smiled wider. Where are you going, murderer? Don't you want to learn a secret? You won't regret knowing it, maybe you will. Sunny did not know what was happening, but he was sure of one thing, whatever it was that the Mad Prince wanted to tell him was not something he should ever learn. Unless he wanted to become as mad and broken as the defiled abomination was. It was already crazy enough to be fighting for his life, or rather, for his humanity, within a dream. Which he was dreaming inside the 3rd nightmare. Staggering away, Sunny called upon his shadows. Instantly, 3 figures rose from below. Taciturn saint, scrawny imp, and a tenebrous steed shrouded in darkness. The Mad Prince exploded with laughter. Good, oh, this makes me feel nostalgic. We will. Saint was the first one to fall. Before she could even move, a sword suddenly flashed, followed by a turbulent whirlwind of surging mist. The graceful stone knight froze, a thin crack suddenly appearing on her onyx armor. Then, as silently as she had been born, Saint crumbled into 1,000 shards of black stone. A cloud of ruby dust exploded into the air, painting the still water crimson. Saint! Sunny's eyes widened, but before he could do anything, the sin of Solace pushed him away. "Run, you bastard! She's not real." The imp was second. The little fiend hesitated, visibly scared by the tattered figure of the mad titan. However, then, it bravely jumped forward, reaching for the flesh of the defiled with his claws. The invisible sword whistled again, and the scrawny figure suddenly staggered. With liquid flames flowing out of Imp's mouth, he looked at Sunny with a frightened expression. Then, his eyes grew dim, and his little head slid off his neck, falling into the water with a quiet splash. Ah! Sunny felt as if his own mind was on the verge of breaking. Pressing down the tempest of pain and guilt raging in his heart, he gritted his teeth and turned away. His hand grasped Nightmare's mane, and with a stifled scream, he jumped onto the stallion's back. Visit for the best novel reading experience. The dark courser was already galloping away through the swirling mist. The mad prince's laugh reached them from behind. "Where are you going, murderer?" "I am not done with you." Sunny slowly exhaled, then shuddered and shook his head. No, it might have been a dream, but it definitely had not been just a dream. He did not know what kind of power could have allowed the mad prince, who was most likely either dead already or far, far away, to appear in his nightmare. However, he was certain that the creature he had met in the dream was not a simple figment of his imagination. Sunny did not know whether the tattered abomination he had faced was the defiled titan himself or some echo left behind by his passing, but he knew that hearing the secret the abomination wanted to share would have been the end of him. Gods damn it, even the dreams aren't safe here. As his heart calmed down a little, he sat in silence for a while, trying to gather his thoughts. There were a lot of strange things about that dreadful dream, however, before he could consider them carefully, a sudden worry clouded his mind. Sunny hurriedly sent his shadows to check on Nephis and Ananke. Making sure that both were sleeping peacefully in the neighboring rooms, he then shuddered at the memory of his shadows being destroyed and proceeded to summon them one after another. He called upon the dark courser first. As the sin of Solace said, saint and imp should not have been real. The black steed could be summoned into his dream because that was the nature of Nightmare's powers, but the other two were different. So, only Nightmare had actually faced the mad prince, most likely. The black stallion appeared in the shadows, keeping to his intangible form. He seemed agitated, but otherwise unharmed. Relieved, Sunny let out a long sigh. "Thank you, buddy. You really saved my hide there." Dismissing Nightmare, he summoned Saint next. The graceful knight appeared out of the darkness, as stoic and indifferent as ever. She was unharmed. Feeling as if a great burden had been lifted off his heart, Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. "You're safe. Thank the gods." Saint gave him a strange look, but remained silent. "Well, of course she did. Go back now. No, actually, stay here. Keep watch throughout the night, alright?" The graceful knight stared at him for a few moments, then turned away and silently left the room to stand guard in the corridor. Sunny took a deep breath and rubbed his face. Now, only Imp remained. He summoned the scrawny goblin, then scratched the back of his head. "Ah, right, that little rascal is still stuck digesting the armor of the black turtle. Damn it, when will he stop lazing around and—" But before Sunny could finish the thought, a frightening figure suddenly rose from the shadows, towering above him like a demon forged out of dark steel and sharp blades. Arg, what the? Unbeknownst to Sunny, the little rascal had already awakened from his slumber. Only he wasn't so little anymore. Chapter 13-15 Steel Devil. Sunny had grown accustomed to calling his youngest shadow an imp, however, now the ravenous fiend was finally worthy of his fearsome name. The creature in front of Sunny could not be called little, nor could it be called scrawny. It was almost as tall as Saint, towering above him like a demonic warrior whose body had been forged out of dark steel in the infernal flames of hell. There were a lot of similarities with how Imp had looked during their last battle in Falcon Scott, but there were also differences. The original ravenous fiend had been tall, but gaunt. His body had been covered in thick plates of black bone armor, and he was as ferocious as he was stealthy, like a vengeful wraith born out of hungry darkness. The new and improved imp, however, was not gaunt. Instead, he seemed like a knight clad in a suit of plate armor. That armor was not made out of bone, either, it was made out of a strange dark metal. The ravenous shadow had seemed like he was forged out of black steel before, but the look of his metallic body was changed now. It acquired a dark sheen and a glossy quality, as though the transcendent devil had been cast out of black silver or covered in a layer of dull chrome. There were changes in the design of his armor, too. It was as though Fiend had been forged out of countless broken swords. There were curved blades growing from his elbows and knees, as well as ferocious spikes rising here and there from his dark armor. His face was hidden behind the visor of a fearsome helmet, with twisting horns rising from it and a jagged line breaking its surface where the Fiend's terrible mouth was hidden, brimming with dagger-like teeth. His claws were like short swords, and in his ferocious eyes, infernal flames burned with intense heat. See, crap. And that demonic monstrosity was currently staring at Sunny with an extremely nasty expression in its glowing orange-red eyes. Sunny awkwardly cleared his throat. Hey there, buddy. Imp's mouth split in a sinister grin, releasing more heat and infernal glow. Sunny forced out a smile. Wow. You look great. I guess all that delicious magical steel I found and fed you, out of nothing but pure kindness, maybe, really did you some good, huh? He coughed. Say, you wouldn't be remembering all the times I kicked and berated you, would you? Or, thinking about strange things like revenge, would you? Imp took a step forward, the glow of his demonic eyes and incinerating maw falling on Sunny's face. His grin widened, the sharp steel teeth glinting in the darkness. His voice sounded like a roaring flame. However, the flames in his eyes were dancing jubilantly. Sunny scoffed. This ugly idiot, he's seriously cute. He shook his head, then summoned the runes to lean exactly what had changed about Ravenous Fiend, except for appearance. The runes read: Shadow, Ravenous Fiend. Shadow rank, Transcendent. Shadow class, Devil. Shadow description: a pitiful little creature traveled through a nightmarish land. Shadow attributes: lucky, marvel, ravenous, shadow sworn, complete steel body. The greater steel body had become complete steel body. Its description read: Attribute description: this shadow's body is forged out of sublime blessed steel and is without a flaw. It seemed that consuming the silver armor of the black turtle had not only improved the quality of the alloy from which Imp's body was made, but also removed all the remaining imperfections from it. Granted, Sunny was inclined to take its supposed flawlessness with a grain of salt. After all, he had recently learned that flaws were one of the universal laws of the world. Still, if the spell deemed it necessary to call Imp's newly evolved body flawless, he had to be very close to having no physical vulnerabilities. It seemed that Sunny finally had another powerful shadow to face the most dire enemies side by side with. Imp was now perfectly capable of participating in battles alongside Saint and Nightmare, reaching the fearsome level of power that a transcendent devil was supposed to possess. With his indestructible steel body, which was a weapon in and of itself, as well as his dual affinity for shadows and flame, the ferocious fiend would be a terror on the battlefield. Good, just in time. Sunny's face grew somber. Things had been calm for a while, ever since Ananke had found them. But he knew that there were plenty of harrowing battles waiting for them in the depths of the Tomb of Ariel. Chapter 13-16 Limits of Power. Imp. Or was Sunny supposed to call him Fiend now? Did not get new abilities. Which was logical, really, since the black turtle was only a monster, and the gluttonous shadow had not even consumed the flesh of the abominations, only its armor. Still, the scrawny goblin had become a fearsome ogre. He was going to significantly increase Sunny's battle power, not the least because of his carefully chosen diet. Sunny had given up on feeding Ravenous Fiend a lot of valuable stuff so that his growth did not become muddled. Imp's main affinities had to be established first: steel and shadows. The flames he had absorbed from the colossal body of the Sun Prince were a pleasant side effect, increasing the power of the Steel Devil's attacks, but what Sunny had really wanted was to make his youngest shadow as indestructible as possible. Saint possessed an incredible level of defense, which was only made greater by her masterful battle prowess. But Imp was different. If not guided cautiously, he could have ended up being vulnerable. Considering the types of situations Sunny often found himself in, that vulnerability was bound to result in him losing his first shadow sooner rather than later. Survivability was king. He had regrettably proven it himself over and over again, clinging to life by the skin of his teeth on many occasions. Which was why Sunny was so impressed by how hard to kill the original scavenger had been. He had experienced the toughness of the spiteful fiend's bone armor personally, after all, and wanted to make Imp at least as durable. If the ravenous shadow managed to approach the level of defense Saint possessed, that would have been even better. In that regard, Sunny seemed to have overshot his initial goal. By a lot. Imp's complete steel body was not only as durable as Saint's graceful body was, but vastly more so. His metal carapace was sturdier than her stone-like armor, and much more importantly, that durability encompassed the entire body of the ravenous devil, not just its surface. Although Saint was hard to wound, she was actually quite vulnerable once her armor and resilient skin were breached. The internals of her miraculous stone body were well protected, but fragile. The ruby dust that flowed out of the wounds like blood was proof of that. Updated from Ravenous Fiend, however, was now fully tempered, both outside and inside. There were no vulnerabilities that an enemy could exploit, at least not an enemy using physical attacks. Which meant that while Imp could deliver fearsome blows, his true power lay in being nearly impervious to physical harm. He could become the shield of the shadow cohort. Or a punching bag. Sunny scratched the back of his head and looked in the direction where Imp was standing, hidden from view by a wall, with a guilty expression. The poor guy had not realized what the future held for him, had he? He frowned. Actually, I am thinking about it all wrong. Sunny had been a loner for most of his life, and even after learning how to rely on others and trust his friends, he still put a lot of meaning into personal strength. Which was not exactly unwise, but, at the same time, served as an artificial limit. Although he had not lived through Nef's second nightmare, the lessons she had learned there resonated with his own experiences. Personal strength was important, but it paled in comparison to true power. Take Antarctica, for example. Sunny had achieved incredible things there, but he had not achieved them alone. The evacuation of hundreds of millions of civilians was only possible because the government had mobilized vast resources to send the first and second evacuation armies into the southern quadrant. Without the irregulars, without the mundane soldiers and thousands of awakened who had fought and died to save the people of Antarctica, Sunny would not have achieved anything. His personal strength was nothing when compared to the united determination of all those brave people. It was the same here in the third nightmare. Sunny had to destroy a dire enemy, the forces of defilement populating the corrupted city of Verge and the 6 plagues that ruled it. Dreadlord, Torment, Undying Slaughter, Soul Stealer, Devouring Beast, and Mad Prince. So why was he only thinking about his personal strength? Wasn't the power of his allies also his power? Nephis, Cassie, Effie, Kai, Jet, and even Mordred. They were as much a part of his power as Saint, Imp, and Nightmare. Since Sunny had reached the ceiling of what he himself could achieve as a master, wouldn't it be wiser for him to put his efforts into empowering his allies? This is it. Shrouded in darkness, Sunny slowly nodded. That was the path he had to take if he wanted to survive the nightmare. After reaching Fallen Grace, he and Nephis had to find the rest of the cohort. And once they found them, Sunny had to make sure that his friends, and Mordred too, grew as powerful as possible. He had to make them into a force capable of defeating the 6 plagues. For their sake, and also his own. Sunny sighed and closed his eyes for a moment. The future was daunting. But when had it not been so? Chapter 13-17 Difficult Questions. Approaching the window, Sunny opened the heavy shutters and looked at the desolate landscape of Weave from the height of one of the Nightmare Spell Temple's bell towers. The sky was veiled in impenetrable darkness. The waters flowing through the canals of the floating city glowed with iridescent radiance, bathing the empty streets in ethereal glow. Usually, the light of the great river at night was dreamlike and beautiful, but contrasted against the forlorn desolation of Weave, it made for an eerie sight. It was like a city of ghosts. He sighed, thinking about the cruel fate that had befallen the followers of Weaver, and the creature that had driven them to extinction. The Mad Prince. A dark expression appeared on Sunny's face. He was reluctant to think about his meeting with the defiled Titan, or at least some vestige of the abhorrent creature that had found its way into his dreams. It almost felt as though thinking about the abomination would summon it here. Nevertheless, Sunny had to consider what he had seen and heard in the harrowing dream. Because it was too ominous. I dreamt of being Weaver. The spider with a broken leg was, without a doubt, a representation of the demon of fate. It was not surprising that Sunny had dreamt of the nebulous demon after witnessing the mural in the grand hall of the temple, and neither was it unexpected that he had assumed the demon's role in his nightmare. Weaver's blood was running through Sunny's veins, after all, and he too had an innate affinity to fate. The latter was the reason for the former. In the end, it was because of being fated that he had stumbled on the egg of the loathsome thieving bird and received the forbidden lineage of the sinister demon. Sinister. Sunny had actually never thought about Weaver in such terms before. Mostly because he had benefited greatly from their tenuous connection, but also because there was no reason to. In all honesty, he had admired the mysterious demon, with no particular reason except for the fact that the demon of fate was an intelligent, cunning, and fearsome deity. But the more Sunny learned about the end of the dream realm and the nightmare spell, the more ominous of a figure Weaver seemed. And how could they not? Who could be more dangerous than a creature that wielded knowledge of fate itself? Sunny and Nephice had argued about the nature of the spell, whether it was a fundamentally benevolent force or not. He was inclined to believe that it had been created for a noble purpose, which was not to say that it was not a vile and terrible curse for the humans of the waking world, but he was also starting to suspect that neither of them really understood the true intention and scope of what Weaver had done at all. The nightmare spell seemed like a tool to make living beings stronger in the face of encroaching corruption. But there were too many discrepancies between what was apparent and what was hidden beneath the surface. The nightmares, the slow but inevitable escalation, the sheer convenience of it all. What was Weaver's true goal? How had the rudimentary version of the spell Ananke wielded grown to become the pervasive and nearly omnipotent power that seemed to be as absolute as the universal laws of reality that the gods established? Come to think of it, how had the Doom War ended? What had actually happened to the demons, the gods, and Weaver? Where did the corruption that had devoured the dream realm come from, and why? Just like always, Sunny had no answers. More than that, these were not even the questions he had to ponder. The defilement was a form of corruption that had spread from the estuary, and there were 6 champions of it. Dreadlord, Devouring Beast, Undying Slaughter, Torment, Soul Stealer. And Mad Prince. The Mad Prince, who seemed strangely familiar when Sunny had dreamt of him. He shivered. Why did he feel familiar? The spell had shown itself to be fond of such ghastly, but poetic twists of fate, after all. Still. How had the runes of the waking world language ended up on the piece of flotsam? Sunny remained motionless for a long time, looking at the desolate expanse of Weave. Eventually, the glowing waters dimmed, and the 7 suns emerged from the river. Sunny sensed the shadows move in the adjacent rooms, telling him that Ananke and Nephice had woken up. He closed his eyes for a few long moments. Trying to chase away the heavy thoughts, he then dismissed Saint and Imp. It was time to meet the new day. Hopefully, he would get some answers after reaching Fallen Grace. I need to strengthen Nightmare as soon as possible. The Mad Prince had invaded his dreams once, and there was no guarantee that it would not happen again. Sunny needed to protect himself while he slept, and since helping the Black Stallion evolve was also the only way for him to strengthen himself in the short term, he could achieve both goals at once that way. I'm going to have to craft some memories. Luckily, with the Crown of Twilight supplying him with essence, weaving strings of it to create memories would not be as taxing and long of a process as it had been before. Thinking about how many soul shards he had and what memories to create, Sunny rubbed his face and went outside to meet his companions. They were going to leave Weave soon. Chapter 13-18 Leaving Weave. Sunny, Nephis, and Ananke spent several days in the Temple of the Nightmare Spell, resting and exploring the forlorn city as they prepared for the last leg of the journey. These days were strangely tranquil and peaceful, but also bittersweet. It was because the three of them knew that their time together was coming to an end. The young priestess, who had been their caretaker and guide for the last few weeks, was not going to be able to follow her wards to where they needed to go. Fallen Grace, the city of dusk, lay far beyond the boundary of where she was allowed to exist. Such was the fate of all Riverborn. Sunny and Nephis were both painfully aware of what awaited Ananke in the future. That was why, even though they tried to hide their emotions, a dark shadow was cast over their hearts. The young priestess herself, meanwhile, seemed at peace with her bitter fate. An easy smile often appeared on her lips, and she fully dedicated herself to making preparations to send the two of them on their way. Sunny and Nephis were going to have to travel far downstream on their own. They needed supplies and knowledge to reach Fallen Grace without Ananke, so she was busy making sure they would have everything they needed. They gathered various resources from all over the desolate ruins of Weave. The young priestess also taught them how to navigate the great river and recognize various perils hiding in its depths. Nephis continued to learn how to steer the enchanted ketch, while Sunny spent his time weaving threads of shadow essence and studying the estuary key. Eventually, there was nothing left for them in the orphan city. As the beautiful light of the 7 rising suns suffused the cool morning air, Ananke led them through the empty streets for the last time and jumped lightly onto the deck of the graceful ketch. Come. We will sail downstream today. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other, then silently followed her aboard the boat. The young priestess watched them with a smile, then nodded and gestured to the steering oar. My lady, it is best if you practice steering while I am still with you. Remember our lessons. You can surely succeed. Nephis looked at her for a while, her face motionless. She hesitated a little before sitting down on the helmsman's bench and taking the oar. Sunny, meanwhile, frowned. Wait, what about you? If we are going to sail away on the ketch, how are you going to get back to Weave? Ananke shook her head. At that moment, Nephis took a deep breath, and then said something in a resolute voice. The word that escaped her lips echoed from the walls of the canal, and a subtle ripple spread across the surface of the flowing water. It was as though the word itself contained an invisible power capable of reshaping the world. Soon, a strong gale rose, filling the sails of the old ketch. It was both similar and different from how Ananke summoned the wind. Neff's shaping was more direct and crude, lacking stability, but, at the same time, it contained a wild and fearsome will. As a result, the gale summoned by the true name of the wind was able to propel the boat forward despite not being as strong as what the young priestess had been able to call upon. The word they spoke was the same, but the result differed. It was because of the nature of the sorcery of names, unlike other types of sorcery, which acted through fixed conduits like essence threads and runes, it used the shapers themselves as the conduit. Nephis was of a lower rank than Ananke, so she couldn't channel the power of the word as potently. But, at the same time, her body and soul were aflame with the divine lineage of Sun God, and more importantly, she possessed a true name of her own. Those with true names were connected to the mystical side of the world much closer, would be influenced by the hidden powers of the world much more, and be able to exert greater influence in turn. Which was why Nephis was able to control the ketch with a sufficient level of power despite not being a saint like Ananke. You are doing great, my lady. Speak the names of concealment next. Neff lingered, her face a little pale. The sorcery of names did not come without a cost, just like the other types of sorcery. Channeling a word put a strain on the shaper's body, as while uttering it did not consume essence, controlling the outcome did. Eventually, she gritted her teeth and said the rest of the names the priestess had taught her, arranging them into a phrase. The ketch flew through the canals. Soon, it broke free of the city boundaries and sped into the open expanse of the great river, leaving the forlorn city behind. They were once again traveling downstream, deeper into the past. Chapter 13-19 House of Youth. The next morning, they reached the first of the remote island ships Ananke had told them about. It slowly appeared from beyond the horizon, illuminated by the dreamlike sunlight. This one was different from the House of Parting. The artificial island was much larger, and instead of a solemn and solitary building, it encompassed a whole district. There were many houses, gardens, and water features, all of them bright and colorful. Despite the same desolation that reigned Weave, this place seemed strangely festive. New novel chapters are published at novelhall.com. It was easy to imagine how full of vitality it had once been. Ananki's eyes glistened with nostalgia. She smiled softly and said, her voice melodious, "This is the House of Youth." Sunny and Nephi's looked at the bright island ship, wondering what its purpose was. The sight of it was a little uplifting, and a little sad. Contrasted against the beautiful atmosphere, the emptiness seemed even more poignant. The young priestess sighed. This is one of the 7 houses that Riverborn spent their childhood and adolescence at. She lingered for a moment, and then explained. As you can imagine, children grow up differently here on the Great River. From the moment they are born, their bodies are beholden to the currents of its time. If brought upstream, they will swiftly reach adulthood. At the same time, their parents will have to grow older if they wish to remain with their child. In a span of a few generations, families will be torn apart, and a city will be broken into pieces. Ananki shook her head. Of course, it is also cruel to thrust a child into adulthood while their mind remains immature. So, the 7 houses exist. Actually, it is a bit strange for me to explain these things, since that is just how life in the tomb of Ariel is. To me, it is the manner in which outsiders grow up that seems odd. She laughed. I couldn't believe my mother when she told me that kids outside just grow up inevitably, while remaining in the same place, and have no choice on when to become adults. How scary. Can you imagine? Sunny and Nephis looked at each other, befuddled. After a while, he cleared his throat. He shook his head. But wait. If that is true, then how would these youths have families of their own? They would turn into infants by traveling to the house of birth, no? Ananki nodded. Indeed. That is why the whole city migrates some distance upstream each generation. That gives the young ones a chance to have children of their own. Of course, it also means that their parents grow a little older with each migration. But our lifespans are long, the future is more forgiving than the past. The eldest ones assume guidance roles in the 7 houses, as well. She remained silent for a few moments. Nevertheless, a city might reach a point where the older part of its population would not be able to migrate anymore. That never happened to Weave, since many died in the battles against the corrupted, and those who survived too long usually chose to leave from the House of Parting. Our history also does not stretch that far. But downstream, where the great cities of Sibyls used to be, that was how new settlements were created. The young split off to start life anew. Sunny and Nephis remained silent, thinking about how bizarre the civilization of the Great River was, after all. The way of life of the river people was indeed completely different from the outside world. Even simple things like parenthood, childhood, and growing up were entirely unlike what they knew. Life always finds a way. Which was why it was even sadder to see it destroyed, how it had been here in Weave. Ananki sighed. There had been a single migration after I left the House of Youth. So, I will be able to guide you past all the 7 houses, to the House of Parting far downstream. It should not take us more than a few days. With that, she turned to Nephis and smiled. In the meantime, my lady, I will help you grow accustomed to controlling the catch. As she and Neph talked, Sunny looked at the bright buildings of the House of Youth, which were drawing closer and closer, and then slowly drifting past. He was thinking about what Ananki's childhood must have looked like, as well as about the bleak and cold childhood of his own. Wasn't it funny? The young priestess, who had been born in a tomb built by the demon of dread from the corpse of an unholy titan, clung desperately to her childhood, not wanting to become an adult. While he, who had been born in the waking world, couldn't wait to leave that bitter page of his life behind. And in the end, they had both ended up in this catch together. Sunny sighed. It would be nice if the kids of the future, the waking world's future, could live like her, and not like me. That was such a strange thought. Chapter 1320 Childhood's End. Eventually, Ananke replaced Nephi's at the steering oar. Neph looked drained after commanding the winds for an entire day. Nevertheless, Sunny felt that her eyes were duller than mere exhaustion could explain. Throwing a questioning glance at her, he asked, "Are you all right?" She lingered for a few moments, then nodded silently. Sitting down and leaning her back against the side of the ketch, Nephis then tiredly closed her eyes. She had not slept since they left Weave, and although masters like them could easily remain awake for days, mental fatigue still had a way of catching up to them. "I guess she doesn't want to talk about whatever it is that's troubling her." Sunny studied Neff's pale face, then quietly summoned Nightmare and ordered him to guard her dreams. The tenebrous steed hid in the shadows at the bow of the boat, formless and watchful. Not satisfied with that, Sunny sent all but one of his shadows to augment him. Memories of meeting the manifestation of the Prince of Madness still haunted his thoughts. Later, there was nothing for him to do but continue weaving threads of essence. Sunny sat on the deck of the ketch with his legs crossed, his fingers dancing in the air. By now, he was proficient enough in creating essence strings to not pay a lot of attention to the process. It was a far cry from when he had attempted weaving for the first time and constantly cut his hands to the bone. His painfully gained experience and the increased sensitivity that bone weave granted to his fingertips made it easier. Now, Sunny just needed time and essence to create as long a thread as he needed to weave a memory. It still took some time. After a while, Ananke looked at him with curiosity and asked, "My lord, if you don't mind me asking, what are you doing?" Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then turned his head slightly. He hesitated before answering, knowing how weird she was about all things involving the demon of fate. Nevertheless, eventually, he said, "I am creating essence strings, weaving." Her azure eyes widened slightly. You are a weaver, my lord?" "A weaver." Sunny tilted his head. Saw the ovalfire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you mean someone who uses weaver sorcery, then yes. Although I am not very proficient with it. The young priestess was staring at him with reverence. He sighed. "Why, were these weavers very rare in your time?" She nodded slowly. "Extremely so, my lord. The sorcery created by the demon of fate was not something mortals could easily learn, or gods, even. There were only a few who mastered it. One of the two high priests of the nightmare spell was one such sorcerer. My mother told me that he was a shaper of souls and a master of all kinds of magic. Are there a lot of weavers like you in the future?" Sunny slowly shook his head. "No. There are a few whose aspects allow them to create memories, but as far as I know, I am the only one who truly knows how to weave sorcery, unbound by the limits of my abilities." He sighed. "I never had a teacher, though. Everything I know, I've learned myself. That is why I can only create copies of the weaves created by the spell, or modify them at best." The young priestess looked at him silently for a while, then smiled. "But, my lord, wouldn't that mean that the nightmare spell is your teacher? How can there be a better teacher than that?" The corner of his mouth twitched. Suddenly grim, Sunny looked away. "I guess. The spell has taught me a great deal of things, indeed." Ananke's smile widened. "You are beloved by fate, then." "I feel at ease." He hid his face, not wanting her to see the dark resentment drowning his eyes. Beloved by fate, huh? Sunny was indeed fated. However, that did not mean that fate was especially kind to him, it just meant that he was wrapped in its strings like a helpless puppet, doomed to always be at its mercy. In a sense, it meant that he would never know peace. Not until he learned how to rip those strings apart. It's much more like I am cursed by it. But then again, wasn't his fate to become defiled, tear his face with his nails, and turn into a mad abomination? Wasn't that his future? Sunny shuddered, remembering that frightening possibility. No way. I would rather die. I will die, if this is the only outcome. That stupid theory of mine has to be wrong. The Mad Prince. I will never become him. Closing his eyes for a moment, he calmed his wildly beating heart and concentrated on weaving essence strings once again. However, his fingers trembled as he did. By the time the 7 suns touched the surface of the flowing water, the swift ketch reached the second of the 7 houses. Mooring the boat to its pier, they camped for the night on the forlorn island. It looked like a place where life had thrived once, but now, that vitality was gone. The children were gone, the parents were gone, and soon enough, the 7 houses would be gone, too, swallowed by the eternal currents of the great river. In the morning, Sunny was awoken by the creaking of the wind catchers. After giving Xianxia some time to take a walk along the shore and remember the days of her childhood, they left the artificial islands and sailed downstream once again. It took them another day to pass the 3rd house. By then, Xianxia's appearance had changed once again. She used to look only slightly older than Sunny and Nephi's and Weave, but now, it was as if she was of the same age as them, or even younger. By the time the swift ketch reached the 4th house, she seemed to be in her late teens. The mood inside the ketch had turned dark. Looking at the endearing adolescent face of the young priestess, it was impossible to deny that they would have to leave her behind, soon. The house of parting was not that far away anymore. Before they reached it, though, they had to pass by the last 3 of the 7 houses. However, by the time they were supposed to come in view of the 5th, Xianxia's expression had turned tense. Because the artificial island was nowhere to be found. Chapter 13:21 Drowning Island. Sunny and Nephi had learned a few things about navigating the endlessly flowing waters of the great river, but they were still unsure what distance separated each of the 7 houses from each other. Nevertheless, they quickly understood that something was wrong by looking at Xianxia's face. The young priestess was almost always either calm or smiling. At some point, however, a deep frown twisted her soft adolescent face, and a dark shadow was cast onto her vibrant azure eyes. Sunny was the first to notice. He studied the teenage girl in front of them, then asked, "What's wrong?" Read latest chapters at novelhall.com only. Xianxia lingered for a few moments. "We should have reached the 3rd house by now, my lord. There were 7 artificial islands where the children of Weave spent their childhood, and although the swift ketch was supposed to reach the 5th one, they were actually numbered in reverse order, starting with the house of birth far downstream and ending with the house of youth. So, the 3rd house would have been the 5th they saw. However, it seemed to have disappeared." The young priestess studied the vast expanse of the great river, then mumbled with uncertainty. "I guess the mechanisms of the island could have broken down, sending it adrift. I haven't visited here in a long while. Still, the deterioration shouldn't have reached that stage already." Sunny and Nephi exchanged glances. Rising to her feet, Nephi looked north. Could it have been destroyed by an abomination? Xianxia remained silent, studying the ruins with a dark expression. Eventually, she shook her head. "I don't know, my lady. Let's leave this place as soon as possible." Despite her true age and her youthful appearance, the priestess was not a very good liar. Sunny could tell that she was keeping some suspicion to herself, but since Xianxia did not want to speak of it, he decided not to press the issue, for now. He trusted her that much, at least. The young priestess let Nephi take the steering oar and went to the bow of the ketch, still holding her harpoon. The ketch sailed past the ruins of the devastated house, giving them an opportunity to study how utter its destruction had been. None of them said anything, but all 3 looked somber and uneasy. Finally, they left the drowning island behind and continued moving with the current of the great river. An hour passed in tense silence, then another. Despite Sunny's fears, no monstrous dweller of the depths attacked the small ketch. After a while, the first of the 7 suns appeared from beneath the waters. The impenetrable darkness released its hold upon the sky, and a new day came, as bright and beautiful as all the rest of them. However, there was something different about this one. When all 7 suns had risen from the water, Sunny noticed that far ahead of them, in the distance, the darkness still remained. It veiled the northern horizon like a wall, connecting the surface of the great river to the sky. Ananke was staring at the distant wall of darkness, too, her youthful face pale. He scowled. What is it? Some ancient abomination manifesting its power? A defiled? The young priestess pursed her lips, then slowly shook her head. No, my lord. It's much worse. It is a storm. Her melodious voice sounded solemn. A time storm. Chapter 1322 Broken Time. The ominous words hung in the air, as foreboding as the wall of darkness veiling the sky far in the distance. Sunny and Nephi looked at Ananke, wary because of her somber expression. This was the first time either of them had seen the young priestess show signs of despondence. The three of them must have made for a funny sight, two battle-hardened warriors staring at a teenage girl, waiting for her guidance. New novel chapters are published at novelhall.com. Sunny frowned. A time storm? Ananke nodded slowly. Yes, my lord. I have told you before that time can be unpredictable on the Great River. There are places where it turns stale and unmoving, great whirlpools that nothing can ever escape, clashing currents, and deadly tides of all kinds. A time storm is one of the most dangerous anomalies one can encounter. Her youthful face darkened. It is a wandering disaster that twists and rips time apart, containing within itself absolute chaos. These storms originate from the span of the great river that corresponds to the final days of the Doom War, when the last cataclysmic battles between the demons and the gods were fought, and when both sides perished. They usually don't reach that far upstream. I am sorry. Nephi shook her head. You don't need to be sorry, Ananke. It is not your fault. However, how do we escape it? The young priestess lingered for a few moments, then said quietly. I am not sure that we can. She uttered several words, easily overpowering Neph's shaping. The wind that had been filling the sails of the ketch disappeared, and a moment later, a powerful gale crashed into the wooden boat, making it creak. This one was not summoned by anyone. Much worse, it was blowing from downstream, pushing their hair back. It is very important that none of us touches the water, or becomes separated from the ketch. This storm front we see is only the after-effect of the true disaster. The real horror lies beneath the waves, in the depths of water. No one can survive being pulled down by the raging currents of broken time. If you fall into the river, you will never come back. Sunny grimaced. His hope of being able to salvage the situation by turning into the river serpent had just been crushed. Now, his only choice was to trust Ananke to see them through the disaster. It was not that he didn't trust her, but... Sunny suddenly remembered traversing the dark sea of the forgotten shore on the shoulder of the walking colossus. There had been a storm then, too, and a harrowing creature hiding within the storm. His expression crumbled. There are no ancient abominations hiding in that wall of darkness, are there? Ananke looked at him with surprise, then shook her head with a smile. No, my lord. Even the defiled can't survive the broken time. They avoid these storms just as we do. Sunny sighed and looked downstream with a bleak face. After a while, he asked in a dull voice. We should prepare for a rocky ride, then? The young priestess nodded. Indeed. My lord is wise. He was not even in the mood to celebrate getting another praise. Shaking his head, Sunny started stretching his body, then froze, realizing how senseless his actions were. They were not preparing for a battle. Sharp swords and sturdy armor were not going to help them survive the storm, and neither would their combat skills. Sighing again, he asked. What exactly do we need to do? With no time to waste, Ananke directed them on how to help her prepare the ketch for braving the storm. She tried to sound calm, but hints of urgency found their way into her voice. The preparations did not take long. They lowered the sails, then folded them neatly. As it turned out, both masts of the ketch could be taken down, as well. After dismantling them, everything was either stored under the deck of the wooden boat or fastened tightly in place. 10 minutes later, nothing that could be easily torn or broken by the wind remained. The ketch turned from a sailboat into a simple and barren vessel, seemingly too small to survive a terrible storm, but also solid enough to look like it, maybe, could. The three of them stood on the empty deck, looking north. The wall of darkness was approaching. Chapter 1323 Time Storm. As the winds turned violent and the surface of the great river grew restless, Ananke gave them a few simple instructions. There was not much to say, really. She would be responsible for steering the ketch, protecting it against the ravages of distorted time, and preventing it from turning over. While they had to scoop up the water that would inevitably get inside and throw it back overboard. The three of them also used sturdy ropes to tie themselves to the ketch. If the boat did overturn, hopefully, they would not be pulled into the depths of the underwater storm immediately. Sunny was not sure what would happen if Ananke failed to keep their boat above the waves, though, so he didn't feel too hopeful. Prepare yourselves. The voice of the young priestess was grave, which created a strange dissonance with her adolescent appearance. Once we enter the storm, we won't be free of it for several days. It will be hard to endure the strain, even for ascended like you, my lord and lady. Conserve your stamina. And essence, too. She lingered for a few moments, and then added quietly. All kinds of things can happen, but fate will guide us. Have faith. As Sunny wondered how they were going to survive several days of this torture, if the ketch wasn't destroyed sooner, at that, he heard Ananke through the cacophony of the raging storm. The names she had spoken were unfamiliar, and judging by the strain in her voice, they were not something the young priestess could easily use, or invoked often. Nevertheless, after she spoke these words, the nauseating distortion of the time storm seemed to have subsided a little. The ketch was still climbing the tall waves and plummeting from them, and the winds were still as violent as they had been a moment before, but the physical hardship of enduring their ruthless assault was at least tolerable. It was as though an invisible bubble of more stable time appeared around the small ketch, keeping the worst of the chaos away. Sunny turned his head to look at the young priestess. Ananke was holding the steering oar with both hands, looking into the mist with a focused expression. Her youthful face was pale, but her azure eyes were full of stalwart determination. She controlled the ketch with a skill born from hundreds of years of living on the great river, somehow guiding it through the towering waves and chaotic currents. Then, he glanced at Nephice. Her eyes were burning with white flame, the light fabric of her tunic fluttering in the wind. Finally, Sunny looked down and let out a heavy breath. Bending down, he scooped up the first portion of water and tossed it into the mist. His hand trembled for a moment. Were they really going to live through this? Sunny had lived through a great deal of things, many of which no one had any business surviving. He had often imagined his death, as well. In his imagination, that death always came at the hand of a powerful nightmare creature, or a similarly powerful human. Sometimes, he imagined dying of old age in a comfortable bed, too. One thing Sunny very rarely imagined, if ever, was being killed by a dumb, mindless force of nature. Perhaps it was vain, considering the kinds of environments he often ended up in, but still, he was unwilling to succumb to something so senseless. I survived a fight with a great beast, damn it. Was he going to die because of a weird storm? Like hell I will. Not to mention that there were the lives of Nephice and Ananke to consider, too. Encouraging himself like this, Sunny endured another wave and scooped more water from the wet deck. The mist swirled and boiled around them, and the small ketch was being pulled deeper and deeper into the storm. Chapter 1324 Relentless Battle. The time storm raged all around them. The current of the great river, which had always been calm and constant, turned into a furious tide. Being carried and tossed around by it, the ketch flew forward with terrible speed. Tall waves rose and fell, and hurricane winds howled like frenzied beasts. Everything around them was drowning in a boiling fog. Blinded by it, deafened by the roaring thunderclaps, the three of them had lost all sense of time and direction. There was only the feeling of the wet deck beneath their feet, the soaring and plummeting of the wooden boat, and the physical strain of enduring the cataclysmic fury of the storm. Faced with its inconceivable wrath, Sunny couldn't help but feel how tiny and insignificant he was in the face of the unnatural disaster. And that was with Ananke holding the worst of it at bay, as well. The eerie, deeply distressing feeling of the immutable laws of the world turning vague and volatile was still there, muted but indescribably oppressive. He felt sickened, both physically and mentally. It was as if the solid foundation of his very being had suddenly been replaced by shifting quicksand, leaving him shaking and unstable. Perhaps that was what madness felt like. Damnation. New novel chapters are published at novelhall.com. And after that, Sunny did not have even the slightest idea what was going to happen after, if he became a saint. Not only to him, but also to humanity itself. The great clans were going to continue their war. The waking world would continue to crumble. The nightmare spell would continue to pull them all deeper and deeper into the mysterious machinations of the demon of fate. Let's survive the damned storm first. Cursing under his breath, he bent his knees to lessen the impact of the wooden deck hitting his feet, endured the ketch plummeting from the crest of a tall wave to crash violently into the water, then hurriedly threw several scoops of foaming water over the side of the boat. A few steps away, Nephice was doing the same. The world seemed to be coming undone all around them. Separated from the abyss of broken time only by the thin deck of a wooden boat, they sailed through the raging mist. Chapter 1325 Lawless Abyss. Sunny had long lost the track of time, if it even existed in this furious abyss. The howling of the wind and the roar of harrowing thunderclaps had fused into a deafening cacophony, making his ears ring. His sight had been robbed by the boiling mist and the torrents of water. His lungs were on fire, and his muscles felt like they were on the verge of tearing. It was not easy to bring an Ascend to such a sorry state through sheer physical hardship. But here he was, feeling like dying. With each passing hour, or minute, maybe, Sunny was using more and more essence to supplement his failing strength. The ketch was still being carried by the tumultuous current, dancing between towering waves. The world was veiled by mist and darkness. He was still scooping up water, which was now sloshing around his ankles. The wooden dipper Ananke had given him had broken some time ago, replaced by an iron bowl. How much longer? Sunny was not sure what he was trying to ask himself. How much longer before they escaped the storm, or before they drowned? In any case, he longed to drop on something solid, unmoving, and rest. Even if that rest would last forever. The deck suddenly lurched upward, and he toppled, hitting it with his head. For a moment, Sunny saw stars. But even the stars were dancing wildly, tossed around by the cursed storm. There was no answer. He had attempted to measure time by how fast his essence replenished, hoping that the crown of twilight would tell him when dawn and dusk came. But even the great memory succumbed to the vagaries of broken time. It activated and fell silent with no rhyme or reason, acting as bizarrely and chaotically as the deadly storm around them. All that Sunny knew was that it had to be a day, 2 days, maybe? Since they had entered the wall of darkness, at least. Even though it felt like an eternity. The only measure of the passage of time that Sunny and Nephice had was Ananke. Although, that, in and of itself, was one of the most frightening things. The young priestess was still steering the ketch, now slumped and barely holding on to the oar. However, her appearance had changed. If before she looked like an adolescent girl in her late teens, now, she seemed more like a child, no more than 12 years old. Ananke had always been a person of small stature, but at the moment, her body shrank even more. The dark mantle she wore looked almost comically large for her delicate frame, which seemed to drown in its folds. Nevertheless, she never wavered in her duty, keeping their small boat afloat despite the harrowing fury of the great river. Even knowing that the priestess was a couple of 100 years old, Sunny couldn't help but feel his heart tighten when he saw a child struggling against the same hell he and Nephice were being tortured by. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Picking himself up from the deck, Sunny gritted his teeth and continued to scoop the water up. The slower he was, the heavier the ketch would become, and the heavier it became, the more peril they would be in. It was already a miracle that the old boat continued to withstand the ruthless cruelty of the storm. It couldn't continue for much longer. Not only because the wooden hull of the ketch could split apart at any moment, but also because the chaotic nature of the time storm was growing more and more eerie and violent around them. Despite the bubble of stability created around the boat by Ananke, they could feel it. Sunny thought he saw strange shapes in the mist. At other times, he felt his own body and mind changing for a split second before reverting to their previous state. The same was happening to Nephis. He wasn't sure if he was seeing things, but her figure and face seemed to be changing from time to time. Her silver hair always seemed to be of different lengths. Her beautiful face appeared as usual one moment. What? It really did disappear. Bright light suddenly pierced Sunny's eyes, and he hissed, covering them with a hand. The violent rocking of the deck subsided, as well. Did we escape? Sunny lowered his hand and looked at the horizon. Then, he tiredly fell onto the deck. In front of them was a vast expanse of perfectly still water. It was not just peaceful, it was actually unmoving. For the first time since they had entered the third nightmare, the great river stood still. Bright sunlight was pouring from the clear azure sky, illuminating the dreamlike vista. Behind them, the time storm rose like a dark wall. In front of them, far away, was the same veil of darkness. It surrounded the vast circle of calm water like an ominous barrier, seething with rage. The circle of calm water itself, meanwhile, was like a flawlessly flat mirror. It shone with reflected sunlight, making it seem as though they were drifting on the surface of a radiant star. Sunny closed his eyes, then covered his face with both hands. No, we didn't escape anything. Instead, they only reached the eye of the storm. Chapter 1326 Eye of the Storm Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 1326 Eye of the Storm. Drifting across the perfectly still surface of the water, the battered ketch slowly gained distance from the swirling wall of the dark mist. The raging winds died down, then disappeared altogether. A strange silence settled upon the world, as if they were caught in a gap between two moments. Only the subtle ripples that spread through the radiant mirror of the frozen river's surface by the bow of the ketch showed that this hidden sanctuary was not entirely, and eternally, unchanging. Sunny fell back and leaned tiredly on the side of the wooden boat. Breathing heavily, he looked at Nephis, then at Ananke. The silence was too sweet to break it with the sound of human voices. He was too exhausted to speak, as well. For a while, all three of them remained motionless, trying to recover from the torturous fury of the howling storm. We'll have to dive back into that hell, eventually. The thought alone made Sunny shudder. Refusing to entertain it, he closed his eyes and slumped down, intending to rest for a few minutes. Instead, he fell into the embrace of sleep almost immediately. Perhaps because of nightmare, or perhaps because even the defiled titans could not reach into the depths of the time storm, nothing visited him in his dreams. Sunny woke up with a start when a shadow fell on him. For a split second, he was afraid that they were back in the ruthless grinder of the time cataclysm, but it was only Nephis. She had walked to the bow of the ketch to look ahead, her face pale and her eyes sunken. He stared at her for a few moments, then sighed and pulled himself upright. How long was I asleep? She lingered for a while. There's no way to tell. Sunny frowned, confused by the odd answer. However, then he felt it himself. In the place where the deep discomfort of sensing the broken nature of time had been, there was now a strange emptiness. But it was not the familiar comfort of sensing the natural flow of time either. Instead, it was the absolute lack of it. He frowned, realizing that he could not feel the passage of time at all. It was a truly bizarre sensation, one that could not be properly described with words. His heart was beating, and his chest rose and fell as he breathed. However, he did not know how long each heartbeat took, and how much time passed between each breath. It could have been a moment, a minute, or 1,000 years. It could have been an eternity. Sunny grimaced. Damnation. What was happening now? They were alive, strangely enough, at least it seemed that way. His body ached all over, still reeling from the terrible strain of surviving the storm. Such pain was something that only the living felt. There was something beneath the radiance. Sunny heard Ananke end the sentence as he peered through the light. We shouldn't look at the water. Her warning came a split second too late. The scream died in his throat as he saw. A pale figure moving across the surface of the water with calamitous killing intent, shrouded in countless layers of furious darkness. That rippling darkness was boundless and unfathomable, containing within itself an infinite number of choices. The features of the harrowing figure were vague and obscured, and all he could see was a pair of terrible wings, their feathers black like those of a raven. They spread, vast enough to devour the sky, and drowned the world in howling mist. Staggering back, Sunny fell to his knees and vomited blood. 2 streams of it burst from his nose, too. Blood weave, which would usually prevent something like this, was reeling in stupor, and so was he. It was as though his mind had suffered a tremendous shock from witnessing the dark figure, and sensing the harrowing depth of its obliterating killing intent. Hurting and disoriented, Sunny wiped the blood off his face and spat. What the hell is that? Ananke remained silent for a while, uncharacteristically solemn. Then, she said in a low voice. Those are reflections of the gods, my lord. And of the demons that slayed them. Chapter 1327 Frozen Reflections. Sunny wiped the blood off his lips and remained motionless for a while, staring at the wooden deck. There was an irate expression on his face, and when he threw a furtive glance to the side, his body trembled slightly. That's great. The reflections of the gods and demons. It made sense, in the senseless kind of way that seemed to be prevalent here in the tomb of Ariel. The time storms were echoes of the final battles between the demons and the gods. They had been created when the aftershocks of those unimaginable clashes reached the great river through the titanic walls of the Black Pyramid. So, it wasn't that unusual that there were reflections of the awesome deities still remaining in the eye of the storm, where time was frozen still. Whose figure had Sunny witnessed just now? Nephi's, it seemed, also wanted to know. What did you see? Her voice sounded nonchalant, but he could tell that she was curious. Sunny groaned and sat down, then summoned the endless spring to take a sip of water. Washing the taste of blood off his tongue, he lingered for a moment and said in a somber tone. I think I just saw Nether in full war mode, going all out. The harrowing figure which was shrouded in darkness. Sunny was not certain, but he felt that it was the prince of the underworld, Nether, the demon of destiny, himself. After all, he was also the demon of choice. And that was what Sunny had sensed within the boundless expanse of rippling darkness, an infinite amount of choices. True darkness also originated from the mists of the hollow mountains, where Nether's domain lay. Curse it. New novel chapters are published at novelhall.com. Sunny had seen a demon before. However, he had not been reduced to such a sorry state after meeting Hope face to face. Why was gazing upon the prince of the underworld so different? I guess it was not seeing him, it was feeling an echo of his killing intent. Nether's murderous will was so terrifying that simply looking at his reflection almost killed Sunny. And that was considering that he was an ascended tyrant, too. If a mundane person had glimpsed the visage of the infuriated demon, they would have probably dropped dead at the spot, simple as that. Scary. Weaver, the demon of fate, the oldest of the 7. Hope, the demon of desire, although she was also often called Desire, the demon of hope, which was not confusing at all. Then there was Ariel, the demon of dread, and the demon of oblivion, whose name had been forgotten by all. Nether, the demon of destiny, or choice, was the youngest. The last 2 he had never heard of before. The demon of imagination and the demon of repose. Weird. Their titles did not sound particularly demonic at all. He had expected something disastrous and terrifying, like the demon of strife or the demon of frenzy. The demons had been feared above all other lesser deities, after all, and perhaps even more than the gods. The word for imagination could also be translated as illusion, vision, or sight. The word for repose could also be translated as renewal, rejuvenation, and restoration. What was so frightening about these things? Well, imagination can indeed be scary, I guess. I can also imagine how ceaseless renewal might end up becoming a nightmare, sort of. Nevertheless, the 2 demons were a complete mystery to him. To be honest, all 7 demons were a mystery, as were all 6 gods. If only there was a place where I could learn a bit about each of them, including how they looked and fought. Right? Sunny glanced at the radiant water, suddenly consumed not only by dread, but also by burning curiosity. It was all right here, one look away. Shuddering, Sunny forced himself to turn away. What are you doing, fool? He was in the tomb of Ariel, of all places. A titanic pyramid built to bury the truths that even one of these ineffable beings had not been able to bear, and where the knowledge of those truths gave birth to the defilement. If Sunny failed to understand that not all truths were meant to be learned in such a place, then he really did not deserve to be alive. Ah, what a disappointment. Why wasn't there a demon of curiosity? Curiosity was a much more terrifying thing than imagination and repose, as far as he was concerned. Looking at the embarrassed Ananke, he sighed and shook his head. The sixth demon is oblivion. Don't worry, it's her nature to be easily forgotten. You already did well by remembering that there was one more of them, really. The child priestess hesitated for a while, then nodded with a smile. Right. Thank you, my lord. Trying not to look too closely at the surface of the water, Sunny turned away and peered into the distance, where the dark wall of the time storm towered like a boundary of the world. His expression dulled. The moment of respite in the eye of the storm was welcome and unexpected, but it was also doomed to be brief. Soon, they would have to challenge the fury of the unnatural cataclysm once again. The thought made him shudder. Chapter 1328 Serene Peril. It was peaceful in the eye of the storm, if a little bit eerie. The strange lack of the sensation of time had been uncomfortable at first, but Sunny quickly found himself forgetting that time had ever existed at all. The view of the azure sky reflecting on the perfectly calm water was beautiful and tranquil. The silence was like a lullaby, making him feel at ease. Sunny had not felt such peace in a long, long while. There was no need to hurry, and no possibility to do so anyway. Without telling how long their actions took, they could not know whether they were being slow or swift either. So, it was fine to just let go and remain still for a bit, enjoying the serene stillness of the world. Which was why Sunny soon found himself feeling cold dread. This is not good. It was just too easy to be lulled into inaction in this strange and frozen place. At some point, Sunny realized that he did not know how long he had remained sitting with his back against the side of the ketch, without a thought in his head. His eyes widened slightly. If they weren't careful, would they end up frozen forever in the ice storm, too, just like everything else was frozen in this tranquil haven? Shuddering, he turned to Ananke and asked, "How long has it been since we reached this place?" She helplessly shook her small head. "I don't know, my lord." He hesitated. "How long before we dive back into the storm, then?" The child priestess looked up at her with a startled expression. "But, my lady." Neff stared at her somberly for a few moments, her gaze heavy. Eventually, she said bluntly, "You have grown too weak, Ananke. I am sorry. Your body is not strong enough to handle the strain. You can't even reach the deck with your feet while sitting on the helmsman's bench. How are you going to control the oar?" She looked down, then sighed. Walking up to the child priestess, Nephis patted her on the shoulder and forced out a smile. "Don't worry. Isn't that why you taught me? You taught me well. I will steer the ketch while you keep the broken time at bay. Each of the three of us will make sure that we escape the storm alive." With that, she threw a poignant look at Sunny. He felt sorry for Ananke, but knew that Nephis was right. Their guide was not capable of guiding the boat through a raging storm anymore. Even if it hurt her pride and went against her determination, it was time for the two of them to protect Ananke instead of being protected by her. They had to make sure that she survived the storm. And after that, they had to make sure that she had the means of returning to Weave, too. How did everything become so complicated? The damned storm had thoroughly destroyed their plans. Now, all they could do was finish their battle against it, and then come up with new ones. The strain on Sunny was going to increase, considering that he would be draining the water from the ketch alone this time. But he would have to manage, somehow. If there was one consolation, it was that half of the journey was already behind them. Knowing that each minute brought them closer to safety, he wouldn't need to preserve his essence as much. Sunny smiled, then clapped his hands. All right. Let's get out of the eye of the storm first. Honestly, this beautiful place is way too creepy. I'll feel better once we're drowning in raging water and being battered by devastating winds. Wouldn't you? Not to mention that he was still struggling against an overwhelming desire to peer into the reflections frozen in the still water, consequences be damned. Ananke lowered her head, despondent, but there was nothing she could say. Her small frame was indeed not suitable for steering the ketch through the powerful storm anymore. Transcendent or not, she was still a child now. Feeling a sense of urgency, the three of them struggled against the lulling tranquility of the frozen time and hurried themselves, hoping to return to the crushing embrace of the storm as soon as possible. The most up-to-date novels are published on n0velg.co/m. Chapter 1329 Last Hurdle. As Nephi steered the ketch toward the wall of darkness, Sunny had some time to prepare himself mentally for the arduous struggle that lay ahead of him. He also had time to observe Ananke closer. What he saw did not bode well. Despite being an adult, and someone hundreds of years old, at that, the priestess had regained the body of a young child. Looking at her youthful appearance, it was hard to remember how ancient, decrepit, and frail she had been once, when they met her in the far future. But the change was not exactly a benevolent one. Despite being full of vitality, Ananke had obviously grown much weaker. Her immature body was not as strong and physically capable as it had been before, but, worse than that, the differences went deeper than that. As Sunny observed the child priestess, he slowly realized that her mind had been affected by her turning into a child, as well. It was as though her head could not contain the mature consciousness of an experienced adult anymore. Nor could her heart handle the powerful emotions of one with the same composure. Ananke had not really turned dull or less intelligent, but there was a certain infantile straightforwardness to how she spoke and behaved now. Her eyes, which had always been wise, seemed slightly naive, as well. Her mind slowly regressing. Sunny felt cold claws grip his heart. Curse it. He gritted his teeth and looked down, but then forced himself to straighten. Fine. It's fine. She has taken care of us enough, we'll take care of her, now. Of course, they still needed the child priestess to protect the ketch from the ravages of broken time. Sunny hoped that she would be able to maintain the bubble of stability around the ketch, both for their sake, and her own. Once they were out of the storm, they would find a way to help her return to Weave, even if it meant turning around and sailing back upstream. His heavy thoughts were interrupted by a sudden breeze that threw tiny droplets of water into his face. Sunny looked up, sensing the shadows around them shift. We're here. Yes, my lord. Sunny grinned, then picked up the iron bowl and prepared to scoop up as much water as he could. Granted. I only survived fighting the Sibyl of the Fallen Grace by luck. And now I need to survive this storm, somehow, to meet her again. What a ridiculous turn of events, really. It was indeed a bit ridiculous. However, Sunny did not feel like laughing. The storm swallowed them like a giant beast. The ketch flew on the raging current, dwarfed by towering waves. The swirling mist enveloped the world, making it seem as though nothing except for the terrible disaster remained within the tomb of Ariel. The insidious tranquility of the eye of the storm seemed as though it had never existed. They had left its shelter, as well as the reflections of the gods and the demons, behind. Sunny would have felt regret at the missed opportunity to learn divine secrets, but he had no time to think about such things. Bending down, he scooped up the first portion of water and tossed it back into the mist. His body did not ache, for now. His reserves of essence were not empty, for now. His mind was not numbed by the sickening feeling of time breaking apart, for now. All these torments would come soon. And then, hopefully, he would leave them behind as well. To make space for some new horrors, without a doubt. But one day, at the end of it all, a bright future awaited him. Maybe. For now, however, what lay ahead was the past. Sunny had to travel far into the past, meet Dusk of the Fallen Grace, find the members of the cohort, and conquer this damned nightmare. Shielding his face from the devastating blow of the wind, he gritted his teeth. Really now? They were braving a storm of broken time in the company of a 200-year-old child, who was a priestess of the nightmare spell. Sunny chuckled. No one is going to believe this crap. Chapter 1330 Floodgates. The time storm seemed even more violent the second time around. The deafening howling of the wind had grown deeper and louder, sounding more like a monstrous roar now. It was as if an enormous beast was struggling to break free of its chains somewhere below the waves, its voice reverberating across the entire world and shaking the heavens. The sky itself seemed like it had been torn asunder and collapsed. A flood of boiling mist poured through its broken dam, devouring the seething surface of the great river. The tiny speck of the wooden ketch flew through the howling abyss, surrounded by frenzied darkness. Sometimes, a thunderous crack would drown out the fury of the storm, as if the pillars of the world were fracturing and crumbling apart. Then, a blinding flash of lightning would momentarily illuminate the turbulent expanse of dark water. Hidden by the mist, colossal waves rose and fell like black mountains, carrying with them an obliterating weight. And those were only the outward manifestations of the harrowing storm. Sunny did not know what kind of destructive forces were clashing in the depths of the river below the ketch, but he could feel the nature of time turning more and more twisted around them. Even protected by an Anki, he could feel his body and mind twist and crack with it. Arg! He failed to contend with the furious power of the wild current and was sent tumbling, colliding with the side of the ketch. Blinded by pain and ignoring it, Sunny reached out and caught the child priestess before she was washed overboard. The ropes connecting them to the ketch became entangled, but it was the least of his problems right now. The wooden boat was creaking and groaning around them, seemingly on the verge of breaking apart. Nephice had firmly planted herself at the stern, holding onto the steering oar with all her might. White flames were dancing in her eyes, and soft radiance rose from her skin, made vague and unclear by the veil of mist. The ketch was falling from a towering wave, and Sunny felt weightless for a moment. His body was actually separated from the deck, drifting upward. He had to activate the feather of truth and make himself heavier in order to not be tossed into the air. Placing himself between the wooden deck and an Anki, Sunny gritted his teeth. A moment later, the crushing impact of the fall came, knocking the wind out of him. Hurt, suffocating, he whispered a quiet curse. The ketch was filling up with water. How was he supposed to drain it if he couldn't even remain standing? They had done well up until now. It was impossible to tell how long their dreadful journey through the storm had lasted, but judging by how tired and battered his body was, it couldn't have been a small amount of time. Despite that, there was no sign of the furious disaster growing any weaker. She was also just as stubborn and relentless as he was. Together, they were going to overcome this terrible storm, despite it all. Sunny pushed air into his burning lungs. And then for a little bit more, and a little bit more. Sparks of light ignited in the mist around him, coalescing into several memories. First, a serpentine crown of black metal appeared on his head. Then, a flute carved out of emerald bone appeared in his hand. Sunny took a deep breath and activated the royal promise enchantment of the Crown of Twilight. Immediately, he felt a subtle connection form between him and the seething waters of the great river. That connection was weak and insignificant, but it was strong enough for his goals. Commanding the water like he did shadows, Sunny willed it to move. The foaming water that filled the insides of the ketch, already reaching above his shins, suddenly stirred. Flowing in reverse, it tentatively crawled up the sides of the boat and spilled into the turbulent darkness beyond. 1 second passed, then another. A few heartbeats later, the remaining water was already not as deep as it had been before. This method was certainly much more convenient than draining it one scoop of the iron bowl at a time. On the downside, he could feel his essence disappearing with a frightening speed, as well as a heavy strain pressing down on his already reeling mind. Heavy, it's heavy. Gritting his teeth, Sunny persisted. At the same time, he brought Bone Singer to his lips and blew into it. The next moment, a dome of blessed silence enveloped the ketch, sparing their ears from the staggering cacophony of the storm. The sudden lack of deafening noise left him stunned. Swaying, Sunny fell heavily to the deck and grabbed onto the side of the ketch, holding himself in place. Outside, the havoc of the time cataclysm was the same. The small boat was still being tossed around by the raging current, flying up the towering waves and then plummeting down. But inside, at least for a little while, there was silence and peace. Taking a shaky breath, Sunny lowered his head and wondered how long he would be able to keep this peace in existence. Not long, it won't be long at all. Chapter 1331 The Well of Wishes Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 1331 The Well of Wishes. The most up-to-date novels are published on n0velg.co/m. Nephi's continued to struggle against the storm, guiding them through the towering waves, but Sunny and Ananke received a moment of respite. If it could even be called that, they were still inside the ketch, which was tossed around like a toy boat by the raging current. Sunny was using one hand and all of his tyrannical strength to keep himself in place while holding Ananke with the other. But without the need to feverishly scoop out water, they at least could catch their breaths and remain motionless for a while, for as long as his essence lasted, that was. Sunny leaned against the wet wood tiredly, consumed by bitter exhaustion. His chest was rising heavily. Not good. Being a supreme memory, the Crown of Twilight was a very powerful tool. But correspondingly, it consumed a lot of essence. It was going to take a few minutes for his tentative authority over water to drain the entire boat. After that, it would be unwise to keep sustaining the effect of the royal promise. He sighed. What was even a minute? In this godforsaken storm, it was impossible to tell. The effects of time being broken were still ravaging them. Sunny had already grown accustomed to seeing ghastly hallucinations impose themselves on the bodies of Nephis, Ananke, and himself. There were vague, harrowing shapes sometimes appearing from the mist, as well. He could never discern their nature, but the glimpses of unknown figures and events filled him with a deep sense of terror. Were they twisted fragments of the past? Of the future? Or something else entirely, that had crawled into the world through the rifts in the broken framework of the absolute law? He did not know, and did not wish to know. Perhaps this is how Cassie feels. There were shadows, as well. They were just as twisted and perverse as the rest of things within the time storm. He had already limited the range of his shadow sense as much as it was possible, but he could still feel them, the chilling rawness of them, and couldn't help but shudder. Sunny felt grim and hopeless. At that moment, a childish voice distracted him from his dark thoughts. My lord?" He stirred and looked down, at the small figure of the child priestess. Ananke had grown even younger. Now, she looked like a girl of maybe 7 years of age, tired and afraid. Her mind must have regressed further, too. She was still maintaining the bubble of stability around the ketch, but it felt weaker. She looked more like an actual child than a wise saint trapped in the body of one, as well. Sunny forced out a weak smile and asked, trying to keep his tone soft. "What is it?" Ananke lingered for a while, seemingly embarrassed. Eventually, though, she whispered in a small voice. "I'm scared." Those words. They cut Sunny like a knife. The proud priestess he knew would have never allowed herself to say something like that to a person she considered her ward. The fact that she had, meant that Ananke was gone further than he thought. His heart grasped by the icy claws of anger and regret, Sunny struggled to keep his bitter emotions away from his face. His smile froze. "There's no need to be afraid, Ananke. We will escape this storm, the three of us. I am sure of it. See?" He pointed to the water, which was flowing out of the ketch on its own. What he had said to the child priestess was not a lie. Sunny desperately believed that they would, indeed, survive the time storm. Or rather, he had fooled himself into believing that. He might not have been able to lie to others, but lying to himself? That was the easiest thing in the world. Ananke grew quiet, seemingly calmed a little by his words. However, her small face was still sick with fear. After a few moments, she asked again, her voice tentative. "The Well of Wishes, huh?" Ananke nodded seriously. Yes. They say that the world was born from a wish. And so, a well of wishes is hidden at the estuary of the river, because it flows back in time, to the moment when the world was born. Anyone who reaches there will have their most dear wish come true. Sunny tilted his head, surprised by the strange logic of the fairy tale, both by how odd it was, and that there strangely was logic to it at all. In the beginning, there was desire. Was it so wrong to say that the world was born from a wish? As the water left the ketch and his essence burned, the child priestess continued with a smile. There was once a brave girl who was separated from her mother by the currents. The girl couldn't meet her mother, because she was riverborn. But she found a magic ship, which allowed her to sail the river just like an outsider. As the storm raged around them, Ananke told him about the incredible adventures of the riverborn girl in her small, childish voice. By the time the riverborn girl found her outsider mother, the mother had grown weak and frail from old age. Knowing that time would separate them again soon, forever, the girl sailed for the estuary. Ananke's voice had grown excited. And finally, she found the Well of Wishes. The girl's wish was to be with her mom, and so, the well made her mother riverborn as well. She returned upstream on her magic ship, and they lived together happily, forever. She looked at him expectantly, all worry gone from her face. Sunny held her close, feeling the violent forces of the storm trying to throw the battered ketch down. That is a wonderful fairy tale, Ananke. I liked it a lot. The child priestess smiled. You are an outsider too, my lord. You don't even need a magic ship to reach the estuary. Maybe you can find the Well of Wishes, too. He didn't have the heart to tell her that what waited in the estuary was the source of the defilement, and not a magical well that granted everyone their dearest wishes. Instead, Sunny lingered for a while. Eventually, he nodded. Yes, wouldn't that be nice? Maybe I'll really find the Well of Wishes and have my greatest wish come true, one day. Who's to say I won't? He smiled. The Well of Wishes. Sunny tensed, feeling the approach of an impact. It was a beautiful fairy tale, indeed. Chapter 1332 Splinters. The ketch was thrown into the air by the powerful current, like it had been 1,000 times already, and then plummeted down. Bruised and battered, Sunny gritted his teeth and prepared to endure the violent shock of the impact, just like he had endured 1,000 of them already. The seething water seemed as hard as stone when the bottom of the wooden boat hit it. He held on to the side of the ketch, feeling a grim sense of fatigue and hopelessness overwhelm his mind. The darkness was as oppressive as it had been before, the mist was as blinding as it had been before, and the fury of the storm was as chillingly dreadful as it had been before. However, this impact was different from all the previous ones. Sunny failed to see the moment the wood split, but he heard it. Even through the howling of the hurricane wind and the roaring of the falling waves, the cracking sound seemed clear and deafening. By the time he turned, Nephice was already falling. She hit the deck with a dull thump, leaving a streak of blood on it, and tumbled forward. A split second later, her back hit the protruding fittings of the dismantled mast, violently arresting her fall. A stifled groan escaped from her lips. What happened? It took Sunny a moment to notice a jagged piece of broken wood that she was gripping with both hands, still, her knuckles white. Then, he hurriedly glanced at the stern of the ketch. His pupils narrowed. The steering oar was gone. There was only the piece Nephice was holding and a scattering of wet splinters on the deck. The rest of it had shattered, and was washed away by the raging current. Sunny froze for a moment, both terrified and relieved because it was not the deck itself that had cracked, terrified because the ketch had become completely uncontrollable now. The next wave was already approaching, and with no one to steer the boat to face it directly, it was going to hit them from the side. Which meant that the ketch would most likely roll. Even if it didn't immediately, there would be the next wave, and the next, and the next, and 1,000 more after that. His reserves of essence were already breached, a lot of it spent by the Crown of Twilight. Well, one way or another, they were going to find out. As the Arc of Shadows was being carried by the raging current, Sunny, Nephice, and Ananke tried desperately to endure the arduous strain of being tossed around by the harrowing cataclysm. Sunny and Nephice were laying on the wet deck, secured to it by the bonds of shadows, keeping Ananke's small body between them. Pressed tightly against each other, the three of them had no other choice but to suffer the painful impacts of the waves and cling to the last, desperate vestiges of hope. The violence of the storm, the bone-chilling cold of the mist, and the muffled roars of the wind filled their hearts with dread. "We will survive this, we will." Sunny kept repeating these words inside his head, as if trying to will them into existence. His reserve of essence was diminishing slightly with each minute. And so were their chances of making it out of the storm alive. Chapter 1333 Farewells, the Storm. As Sunny was struggling to keep both himself and Ananke whole in the furious grinder of the storm, he could feel her small body trembling. His own body was soaked in cold water and chilled to the bone. At the same time, he could feel the Neph's radiance breathing warmth into it. It was more than just warmth, too. Knowing that it was his shadows that were keeping them safe, Nephi sent her flames to engulf Sunny, strengthening both his body and soul. Most of her light was transferred to him, while the last wisp gently caressed the child priestess. As the white flame surrounded Ananke, the numerous scrapes and bruises covering her small figure instantly healed. She seemed to relax a little. Nephice herself, though, was left devoid of any protection. The two of them were very close, their arms wrapped around each other, with only the trembling child between them. Resting his head on the wet wood of the deck, Sunny silently looked into Neph's eyes. They were lightless and tired, numbed by torment and pain. There was nothing to say. There was nothing to do, either. The three of them just had to suffer, endure, and pray that Sunny's essence lasted longer than the storm did. It was more easily said than done. The shadow arc was being shaken and tossed around by the raging elements like a ball. Even though the harness he had created held them in place, it was still a torturous experience. Sunny had to strain all his muscles to lessen the shock of the terrible impacts, holding on to the mast fittings with all his might. That task was not in any way easier than the draining and laborious process of scooping up water with an iron bowl. In fact, it was much harder, because he couldn't even stand. He had to protect Ananke, as well. Being lost in the depths of a cataclysmic storm was not much different from the few moments of destructive havoc he had experienced when the explosives beneath Falcon Scott were detonated. Only, this time, the havoc was going to last much, much longer, hours, most likely, or even days. Not that these words held any meaning anymore. The volatile currents of broken time that surrounded them were only growing more wild and unstable. Sunny could feel their sickening influence through the protective bubble that Ananke was still maintaining around the ketch. His thoughts had become tangled, and it was hard to maintain focus. But he had to keep the manifested shadows intact, continuously willing their shapes into existence and repairing any damage done to the improvised arc. If Sunny lost concentration, all three of them were going to die. "Come on, we have already reached so far. Just a little bit more. Just a little." It was just that he struggled to remain concentrated more and more. The ravages of broken time were growing fiercer, but the protections conjured by Ananke were growing weaker. Soon, Sunny found himself unable to tell when was before and when was after. All that remained was the current moment, the pain in his battered body, the cold mist that stuck to his skin, the warmth of Neph's flame burning softly in the depths of his being, and the tactile sensations of her and Ananke's bodies pressed against his own. All he could do was cling to these sensations, to his connection to the shadows, and find strength in their silent presence. "I have to hold on. I have to." But then, slowly, even these feelings grew vague and chaotic. The storm of broken time invaded his mind completely, extinguishing Sunny's ability to be aware of the world. He was left in a torturous state that was not consciousness, but also not the merciful oblivion of losing it. Have to hold. And then, the torture dissipated, as well. There was no time. There was no world. There was only the storm. Nephice? Ananke? He rose to his knees and looked around, searching for their familiar figures. Neff was there, sitting tiredly with her back against the side of the ketch. But a dull, tearing pain suddenly pierced his heart. No. Sunny's shoulders fell. No. Ananke was nowhere to be seen. The child priestess had disappeared, leaving behind no trace. All that remained was an empty black mantle that lay on the deck, orphaned and forlorn. Crawling a step forward, Sunny clutched the mantle and raised it, staring at the dark fabric with hollow eyes. He remained kneeling for a few moments, unable to move, or think, or feel. Sunny's soul felt cold, colder even than he had felt in the snowy field outside Falcon Scott. As he looked at the black mantle, frozen, two hands wrapped themselves around his shoulders, and Nephi's hugged him from behind. She's gone. The warmth of her body and the softness of her voice were like execution's axe. Sunny trembled. Neff held him tighter, as if unwilling to let go. The storm must have carried us too deep into the past, far beyond where she was born. And so, she's gone. I'm sorry, Sunny. The black mantle slipped from his fingers. Looking down, Sunny gasped for breath. But we survived the storm. Why? His vision blurred. After a while, consumed by pain, he whispered. I am sorry, too. Chapter 1334 Dire Promise. Sunny and Nephis remained motionless for a while, carried by the indifferent, inevitable current of the great river. His heart was heavy, too heavy to bear. It was in so much pain that the suffering felt almost physical. Or maybe it was. Eventually, the pain turned dull. But the unbearable weight remained. Slowly raising his hand, Sunny tightly gripped one of Neff's arms. She was still hugging him from behind, so he couldn't see her face. She couldn't see his either, which was perhaps for the best. When Sunny spoke, his even voice was low and full of torment. Neff. He raised his eyes to the distant blue sky. Why can't we protect anyone? There was no answer for a while. Eventually, Nephis let out a quiet sigh. Because that is not the world we were born into. She lingered for a moment, her body still pressed against his. Then, she added. You and I, and everyone we know, we were born to destroy things, not save them. Sunny lowered his head, thinking that maybe she was right. The world they lived in, both of the worlds, really, needed killers more than it needed builders. That was the sign of the dire times they belonged to. But what was the point of slaying nightmare creatures and conquering the trials of the spell if there was nothing to return to except regret and ruin? A few moments later, he heard Neff's voice again. Holding him, she said in a hesitant tone. I don't know if it helps, but Ananke never intended to return to weave. She knew that she wouldn't be coming back all along. Sunny's eyes trembled. Shifting slightly, he turned his head and finally looked at Neff. New novel chapters are published at novelhall.com. What? She sighed. What kind of future would it have been, to return and spend the rest of her limitless life alone in the graveyard of everything she loved? She had only held out for that long because of a dream about the children of Weaver, us, needing her help. Once we were gone, her last reason to remain would have been gone, too. Nephis looked away. That was why the supplies we gathered in Weave were only meant for 2 people, not 3. And why she wanted to tell us about its past so much. Her voice grew forced and heavy. That was why she took us to the House of Parting, as well. Where the Riverborn come to leave on their last journey. To have a feast with their loved ones before saying farewell. Neff's usually motionless face contorted slightly. She remained silent for a moment, then said evenly. That's great, then. Sunny blinked. That was not the reaction he had expected. Confused, he frowned and asked, making sure that he had heard right. Great? Nephis nodded, as if confirming something obvious. Of course. If the 6 plagues are really us from the future, then we know all about them. We know all their strengths, and all their weaknesses. We even know their flaws. She smiled slightly out of the corner of her mouth. I was worried about having to face them before, but if what you said is true, well, then it changes things. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If the enemy is yourself, though, everything becomes much simpler, doesn't it? Sunny stared at her, stunned. Indeed. Indeed, she was right. His eyes widened a little. If the Mad Prince was truly a future version of himself, a vile apparition from a future where Nephice was dead, then all it took to kill the bastard was to speak their true name aloud. If the devouring beast was truly a future version of Effie, then killing her would be as easy as isolating the fearsome plague and denying her access to sustenance. Before too long, the defiled abomination would weaken, and her body would consume itself. If Undying Slaughter was truly the future version of Jet, then they simply had to engage her in a battle for an extended period of time, not allowing the wretched thing to slay anyone and absorb their essence. Eventually, her soul would collapse by itself. If Torment was truly the future version of Cassie, then her strength lay in her prophetic powers and an incredibly high affinity to revelations and fate. She could not be too formidable physically, so Weaver's mask would render her defenseless. There were the other two, of course. Mordred's flaw was unknown, and Sunny doubted that he would share it freely. However, the Prince of Nothing would be able to deal with the Soul Stealer personally without revealing his secrets. Kai's flaw, meanwhile, was not something that could be exploited to bring him down in battle. Still, knowing how to kill 5 out of the 6 plagues was already a brilliant result. It was much better, by far, than facing 6 harrowing abominations blind. Sunny had been so shaken and revolted by the dreadful possibility of turning into the hateful Mad Prince that he failed to consider its hidden benefits. His eyes gleamed darkly. Looking up, Sunny stared at Nephice silently for a few long, poignant moments. Then, he said quietly, "Neph, let's kill the Mad Prince." His voice slowly grew stronger. "Let's kill that wretch, and the rest of the 6 plagues with him. Let's slaughter the defiled. Let's burn Verge to the ground." He gritted his teeth and leaned forward, his eyes burning with dark murderous intent. "Let's conquer this horrid nightmare." Sunny's words hung in the air for a moment, and were then carried away by the wind. Nephice remained silent for a while. Then, she smiled, white flames igniting in her eyes. "It's a promise." End of Part 1, Currents of Time. Chapter 1335 After the Storm. The great river was like it had always been, vast, dreamlike, and ceaseless. Its current gently carried the ketch forward, as if the harrowing storm had never happened. The 7 suns slowly traveled across the azure sky, which was painted lilac in the east and vibrant crimson in the west. For a while, Nephice and Sunny remained idle. Their bodies were still reeling from the terrible battle against the raging elements, and so were their minds. The invasive violence of broken time had left them drained and fragile. Their hearts felt hollow, too. Sunny silently lay on the wooden deck, staring at the sky. His head was empty, full of nothing but the sensation of a dull ache that radiated from all across his battered body. New novel chapters are published at novelhall.com. It was good to hurt. Pain reminded him that he was alive. There was the smell of wet wood, the peaceful sound of waves splashing against the sides of the ketch, and the warm sunlight. Most noteworthy of all, there was time. He had never been aware of just how important the sense of time was before experiencing its absence. And why would he? People did not usually pay attention to immutable things, simply taking them for granted. But as it turned out, those things were not as absolute when higher beings were involved. Now that they had escaped the storm, the natural flow of time returned in all its glory. Its reliable presence felt reassuring. Time was at peace once again. Time flowed. Eventually, the dull ache permeating his body subsided. The pain in his heart grew duller, as well. New sensations took their place. Thirst, hunger, caution, determination. Sunny still felt numb, but his mind was slowly recovering. He lingered for a while longer, then sat up with a quiet sigh. The vista of the great river around them was exactly as before the storm, which posed a bit of a problem. Some time later, Sunny and Nephice were sitting at the bow of the ketch, looking soberly at several strange tools laying on the deck in front of them. One looked like a bronze astrolabe, another was akin to a sextant, and the third resembled a strange compass. All these had been gifted to them by Xianxia, and were meant for navigating the great river. Of course, the first one was not really an astrolabe, since there were no stars in the tomb of Ariel. The second one could be considered a sextant, but the set of principles it was supposed to work on was entirely different from the waking world. The third one could indeed show direction, but it was between past, future, dawn, and dusk instead of north, south, east, and west. Sunny and Nephi's had learned a fair deal about how to use these tools, but not about why they worked. The Great River was not a sphere, like Earth was, and it didn't revolve around a star. Instead, 7 artificial suns revolved around the river. Nevertheless, there seemed to be some sort of curvature to it, which neither of them could explain. It was all a mystery. Before, Xianxia had been their navigator, but now that she was gone, Sunny and Nephi had to chart the course themselves. Sunny looked at the wooden deck beneath him with a complicated expression. The ketch had endured a lot in the storm. Too much, really. The fact that it was still in one piece spoke volumes about the craftsmanship of the person who had built it. But would it survive a clash with a frenzied nightmare creature? What about one after that, and one after that? His face turned grim. I don't think it will. Nephi seemed to be thinking the same. They were both worried. However, there was nothing they could do. Their only choice was to set sail, and pray to the dead gods. Full of somber apprehension, Sunny and Nephi got to work without delay. They raised the 2 masts back into position and fastened the sails to them. The steering oar was gone, so they fashioned a new one from the repair materials stored inside the covetous coffer, affixing it at the stern of the ketch with the help of one of Nef's memories, the Dark Shaper. Then, she spoke the names taught to her by Xianxia and summoned the winds. The ketch flew downstream once again, cutting the clear waters with its bow. Only now, there were 2 people inside of it instead of 3. Sunny's heart ached. The great river glistened as the 7 suns shone brightly on its vast expanse. Time slowly passed, the interior of the boat full of tense silence. While Nephi struggled to sustain the forward momentum of the ketch, Sunny stood at the bow and peered into the water, hoping to sense a potential attack before it was too late. However, they had not seen any nightmare creatures that day. Instead, they saw something that made both Sunny and Nephi freeze, paralyzed by shock. Looking at the dark silhouette that appeared in the distance, floating aimlessly on the waves, they felt an eerie sense of rejection. As if the world surrounding them was nothing but a dream. Eventually, Sunny flinched and asked, his voice full of disbelief. What the hell is it doing here? Chapter 1336 Stench of Fate. The small dot that had appeared in the distance slowly drew closer as the ketch approached it, guided by Nef's firm hand. At some point, however, she silently released the names, allowing the boat to drift forward on its own. Her gaze was directed forward, a rare rattled expression apparent on her face. Sunny was no different. Paralyzed by shock, both of them froze. After a few moments of stunned silence, he flinched and asked in a trembling voice. What the hell is it doing here? His mind was in turmoil, unable to process the truth of what they saw. In front of them, a battered ship was floating listlessly on the waves. Its silhouette was beautiful and fluid, but there were ugly burn marks and terrible scars littering the graceful wooden hull of the damaged vessel. It looked like it had escaped from the depths of hell after a long and dreadful battle. It also looked completely empty, like a ghost ship abandoned by its crew. But what was truly inconceivable about the drifting ship was the sound of rustling leaves carried from its deck by the wind. Looking up, Sunny saw the mighty branches of a sublime tree that grew around the eerie vessel's mast. He knew this ship. He knew it too well. It was the Chainbreaker. The battered vessel in front of them was the ancient flagship of the Fire Hunters, which Noctis had won from them in a gamble. It was also the ship that Cassie and the Fire Keepers had restored to its former glory, and which Sunny named. Chainbreaker looked almost exactly the same as the last time Sunny had seen it, but also unfamiliar. Apart from the harrowing scars covering its hull, there were also other differences. The hull itself seemed different, with bands of dull metal reinforcing its graceful lines. He did not recognize the fearsome shape of the ship's ram, either. The vessel looked much fiercer than the one from his memories, resembling an embattled warship more than it did a beautiful yacht. There were many discrepancies, but the most glaring one was the sacred tree itself. It was much, much taller and more robust than the one Cassie had nurtured, drowning the entire middle section of the ship in the shadow of its crown. Still, it was the chain breaker. Was it? No, it couldn't be. It was inconceivable that the flying ship had somehow found its way into the tomb of Ariel. Sunny failed to understand how it could have appeared here. She nodded slowly. What are the odds that in the endless vastness of the great river, we would blindly arrive at the exact spot where this ship is located? The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. Looking away, he remained silent for a while. His thoughts were grim. This situation smells, and it's a familiar smell. The stench of fate. He looked at the battered ship darkly. It can't be a coincidence. Just like Ananke finding us was not a coincidence. The person who had sent her a message through dreams must have intended for us to find the chain breaker. Sunny hesitated for a bit, and then added. In fact, I am willing to bet that this is where the dream told her to point us. Both of them remained silent for a while, disturbed. Was it Dusk, the Sibyl of fallen grace? Who else could have predicted the future so precisely? Someone who can see the strings of fate far better than I can, that's for sure. Nephis threw one more glance at the battered ship, unnerved, then shook her head. I guess we'll find out soon. For now, we were both worried about the catch during the journey to fallen grace, weren't we? Now, there's a nearly indestructible ship in front of us. One that was built to endure a sea of divine flames, no less. It looks damaged, but since it hasn't sunk yet, the damage must not be too crippling. Sunny stared at her silently for a moment. You want to climb aboard? Are you CR, are you sure? She met his gaze and shrugged. Why not? He remained silent for a bit. Then, Sunny chuckled wryly and looked away. Damnation. I must be crazy myself, because I really want to climb into that ship, too. Chapter 1337 Ghost Ship. Bringing the catch to the towering side of the battered ship, the chain breaker. Sunny and Nephis lingered for a while, looking up. Both felt more than a little bit of apprehension, but at the same time, they were relieved. Traveling across the perilous expanse of the great river on a mighty ship would be much more reassuring than on a small, damaged sailboat. Eventually, Nephi summoned the familiar golden rope and glanced at Sunny. He nodded, then hesitated for a moment. Bending down, Sunny picked up Ananke's black mantle and looked at it with a forlorn expression. It was the only thing she had left behind, the last reminder of her existence, if one didn't count the catch itself. It was also the vestment of the priests of the nightmare spell. He remained motionless for a while, then silently wrapped the mantle around his shoulders. As soon as his body became shrouded by the dark folds of the nebulous fabric, Sunny felt a strange shiver run down his spine. He had donned the black mantle in honor of Ananke, to have something to remember her by, but the act suddenly seemed deeply symbolic. It was as though he was devoting himself to Weaver, which Sunny had no intention of doing. And there was another, far more chilling detail. This mantle. Was he just imagining things, or was it eerily similar to the tattered rags the Mad Prince wore in the nightmare? It was hard to tell due to how faded and sunburnt the rags were, but if he just pictured what they might have looked like decades, or even hundreds of years ago. Sunny frowned, his gaze turning dark. But, in the end, he chose to leave the black mantle on. That bastard will not define me, T/S chapter is updated by. With that, he took a step forward and joined Nephis, who had already thrown the rope up, tightening the loop at its end around the broken railing of the ghost ship. She gave it a couple of tugs, then nimbly climbed up. Then, it drifted in the currents of the great river for gods knew how long. As a result, there was nothing left to tell them where and when the ghost ship had really come from, and who had fought in the battle that rendered it broken and empty. Sunny did not know what kind of beings could have devastated the ancient vessel to such a degree, nor did he know what kind of defenders could have resisted their assault. Whoever they were, the aftermath of their cataclysmic clash gave him chills. However, there was good news, as well. About an hour later, Sunny and Nephi's returned to the main deck and rested in the shade of the sacred tree. Their expressions were thoughtful. Touching the ivory bark, Nephis inhaled deeply. The damage is severe, but shallow. There are no leaks, and the ship is not taking on water. While the interior is a mess, the support structures are all holding, it is not going to sink anytime soon. She lingered for a moment, studying the sacred tree, and added. The tree is also alive, and healthy. However, the enchantment circuits are broken. The runic circle at the stern is dormant. We won't be able to fly the chain breaker. Sunny nodded. Does any of us even know how to control it? Cassie is usually the one doing the steering. She learned directly from Noctis. Nephi sighed. I don't. Regardless, flying is not an option. That said, we don't need the sacred tree and the enchantments to make the ship move. It still has sails, doesn't it? Even though most sails are either burned or torn, we can repair them. We brought enough supplies from Weave. He looked around, thinking. The sails were indeed torn, but there were repair kits just for that purpose among the supplies Ananke had left them with. All in all, it seemed that they had everything necessary to turn the chain breaker back into a seaworthy vessel, even if the repair job would not look pretty. There would be a lot for them to do. Sunny sighed, then gave Nephis a short nod. Let's get to work, then. Chapter 1338 on the importance of needlework and carpentry plus, turn off reset. Chapter 1338 on the importance of needlework and carpentry. There was a lot of work to be done, and not enough time. The night was already approaching. Sunny and Nephis hastily cleared one of the compartments, the one that corresponded to the captain's cabin on the actual chain breaker, intending to use it as shelter. Too tired to cook, they ate a cold supper and went to sleep. Sunny did not forget to summon Saint and Fiend to guard them, while Nightmare protected their dreams. In the morning, both felt more refreshed. Their bodies had mostly recovered from the terrible strain put on them by the storm. Most Ascended would have been rendered weak and helpless by the savage cataclysm for weeks, but Sunny and Nephis each possessed astonishing vitality, he because of blood weave, she due to the restorative power of her aspect. They got to work as the seven suns slowly rose from the gleaming waters. On the first day, they planned to clear the main deck of debris. With Sunny, Nephis, Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare all working together, the arduous task of moving terribly heavy pieces of wreckage was not too hard. It took longer to sift through them, separating the things that had to be disposed of from those that could be of use later. Even though neither Sunny nor Nephis knew how to repair the siege engines, there was a weak hope that someone in fallen grace would. The pieces of splintered wood seemed useless at first glance, but it was still the mystical wood that the chain breaker had been built of. Simply tossing something like that into the water did not sit right with either of them, not even mentioning how precious of a resource wood was in the tomb of Ariel. There were bent and torn pieces of a strange, supremely durable metal as well. Those were also worth keeping. In the end, they abandoned the upper deck and started clearing the main cargo hold instead. By the time they were done, it was night again, and both were tired. That night, they made a fire under the branches of the sacred tree, and Nephis cooked them food. Her cooking was as delicious as ever, and the quiet rustling of leaves made for a tranquil atmosphere. However, this was the first time since the Dark Island that they shared a proper meal with just the two of them enjoying it. It was so strange. Ananke had not been with them for long, but her absence felt like a gaping hole. Perhaps it was because Sunny and Nephis had witnessed her as a frail old woman, a vigorous matron, a charming young lady, and an innocent child that their time together felt like a lifetime. That lifetime was now behind them, and new hardships awaited ahead. Time was relentless, washing away all things, both inconsequential and those they held dear. Sunny was standing by her side. He looked at Nephis and asked, his voice full of anticipation, which was hard not to feel after a whole week of hard labor to prepare for this moment. Are you ready? Placing her hand on the steering oars, she nodded. Let's go. We wasted enough time in the future already. Turning away, he inhaled deeply and looked at the length of the graceful vessel. When Noctis had owned it, there was a crew of wooden sailor dolls to work the ship. When the fire keepers claimed it, there were awakened to do the same. Now, however, there were only Sunny and Nephice had to remain at the stern to guide the chain breaker. So, it was his job to work the sails. Since Sunny had no intention of jumping from mast to mast like a monkey, whatever a monkey was, he concentrated and called upon the shadows. A few moments later, tenebrous arms manifested themselves into existence all over the ship, pulling on the ropes. It took some concentration to control them all at once, but after the grueling education of the Antarctic campaign, Sunny was more than proficient in using shadow manifestation. The sails slowly rose, and then filled with wind. Coming back to life, the ancient ship turned to face downstream, and then slowly started accelerating. It's moving. They were finally on their way to Fallen Grace. Updated from Chapter 1339. Moving on. The chain breaker was steadily advancing down the great river. The gale Nephice could summon by uttering its name was not powerful enough to push the ship as fast as it had pushed the ketch, but to their luck, the winds were blowing in the same direction. Carried both by their power and the current of time, the graceful vessel rushed forward at great speed. All around them, there was nothing but sunlight and sparkling water. The vast expanse of the great river was beautiful and exhilarating. Of course, great horrors were hiding behind the deceptive facade of its beauty. But nothing had attacked them yet. Life went on. Sitting in the shade of the sacred tree, Sunny felt strangely indignant about that fact. He had been constantly busy during the week they spent patching up the battered ship, which was a mercy. Now that there was really nothing for him to do, Sunny found himself feeling numb and hollow. His lightless soul seemed even darker than usual these days. With a sigh, he closed his eyes and concentrated on the calming sound of the rustling leaves. Just, how much can a person endure? He was tired of loss. He was also tired of losing. Sometimes it feels like I was better off not caring about anyone except myself. Those were the days, weren't they? As he smiled crookedly, a familiar voice suddenly resounded from above. Visit for the best novel reading experience. Do you mean the days of being a frightened, pathetic, miserable little wretch that not a single person in the world cared about, in turn? Well, I suppose it's indeed the best you deserve. That's how you'll end up anyway, eventually. Opening his eyes, Sunny looked up with a dark expression. The sin of Solace was standing above him as if nothing had happened. The loathsome wraith looked like he always had, exactly like Sunny. The bastard was even wearing a perfect copy of Xianxia's mantle. His face was full of cold contempt. Sunny scoffed. Wow. Look who decided to show up. I thought you chose to crawl back into whatever pit that had spawned you and never come back. Where the hell have you been? The apparition smirked. The apparition grinned. Without saying anything, he lingered for a while, then looked down and touched the sleeve of Xianxia's dark mantle. By the way, what a wonderful mantle. You should really get more people killed and collect a piece of clothing from each one. Then, we'll be able to add an apparel section to the brilliant emporium. Ah. Shame you didn't think of that in Antarctica. Sunny growled and swiped at the grinning apparition, but he was already gone. The sword wraith had disappeared just as suddenly as he had appeared. That bastard. Gritting his teeth, Sunny leaned back and stared at the swaying branches of the sacred tree. He was full of dark anger. But the appearance of the sin of Solace had distracted him from his melancholy, at least. Until those last words plunged him right back into dejection. He sighed. I'll learn the truth eventually. For now. He had felt better when he was busy, so the best solution for this dark mood would be to make himself busy once again. Controlling the sails did not take much of his attention, so Sunny had to do something else. Luckily, there was a lot for him to do. He had to continue studying the estuary key. He also had to weave a lot of memories to help Nightmare ascend, as well as come up with ways to make the members of the cohort stronger. Let's get to it, then. There is a week or two left before we reach Fallen Grace. I can achieve a lot in 2 weeks. Abandoning the shade of the sacred tree, Sunny went to the bow of the chain breaker, where Ananke's ketch was fastened to the deck. He and Nephis had retrieved it from the water before setting sail, planning to use the ketch as a lifeboat if the need arose. Summoning the shadow chair, he placed it near the battered sailboat, sat down, and looked at the glistening expanse of the great river. Then, Sunny sighed and contemplated what task he would tackle first. Chapter 1340 New Perspective. Sunny remained motionless for a while, thinking. After a few moments, he unconsciously began to fiddle with the hems of the black mantle sleeves. The smooth fabric glided across his fingertips, making them tingle a little. Eventually, his gaze settled on it. Sunny tilted his head. Abandoning his previous plans, he stood up and took off the mantle instead. Then, he sat back down and laid it across his lap. I wonder. He doubted that it was a simple piece of clothing. It was the attire of a nightmare spell priest, after all, most likely passed down to Ananke from her mother, the original priestess who had entered the tomb of Ariel with the first wave of outsiders. The corpse under the cathedral in the dark city had been wearing the same dark garment. So, it had to have some secrets. Sunny hesitated for a few moments. Unlike Weaver's mask, the black mantle was not a memory, otherwise, it would have disappeared with Ananke. There were some memories that persisted after the death of their owners, of course, like the dawn shard that Nephis had found on the remains of the first lord of the Bright Castle. But the nebulous mantle was not one of those either. Otherwise, it would have bound itself to Sunny the moment he picked it up. It seemed to be a perfectly mundane robe, albeit sewn from some mystical material. Nevertheless, he shifted his perception and tried to look within the mantle, just in case. He was not disappointed. Huh? But that was not the only way of going about weaving enchanted items, only the ultimate way. The weave he was looking at right now, though, had been created by someone else. Perhaps by the high priest of the nightmare spell Ananke had spoken about, or by one of his students. Which was why it was a sorceress item enchanted through weaving, but not technically memory. Sunny scratched his head. So something like that can exist, too. Of course, it could. The fact seemed so obvious in hindsight, and yet, he had never considered such a possibility before. Mostly because it was really hard for a human mind to think outside a familiar framework. Every memory Sunny had known was an item enchanted through weaving, and so, he subconsciously assumed that all items enchanted through weaving were memories. But they didn't have to be, like the mantle in front of him. Which was a curious detail, but not exactly useful. Who wouldn't want to turn their weapon or attire into a memory? The traits of memories that everyone took for granted were supremely useful. The ability to carry a whole arsenal inside your soul alone was a boon any warrior would kill for. Swords that sharpened themselves, suits of armor that repaired any damage done to them and adjusted themselves to perfectly fit the body of the wearer, there were too many benefits to memories to count. By all accounts, they were the culmination of weaving. Well, technically, the nightmare spell itself was the culmination of weaving, but for all those who weren't inconceivable deities like the demon of fate, memories were the absolute peak of enchantment. However, Sunny's heart still skipped a beat, and his eyes glistened with dark excitement. Ananke's mantle might not have been superior to the powerful memories he possessed. At a cursory glance, its enchantments were nothing special. Its rank and tier were also not that stunning. But to him, it was a priceless treasure, for a single reason. It was because its weave was different from every weave he knew, and much simpler than them at that. Sunny's whole skill as a sorcerer had come from comparing the patterns of different enchantments to each other and trying to deduce the common logic behind them. But all those enchantments followed the principles set by a single creator, the nightmare spell. Now that he had an enchanted mantle that had come from an entirely different school of weaving, his ability to compare and deduce the fundamental principles of sorcery could take a qualitative leap. It was like witnessing an entirely different framework, and gaining a deeper understanding of your own by studying the differences and commonalities between them. It didn't matter how simple the spellweave of Xianxia's mantle was. What mattered was that it could not only teach Sunny the unfamiliar ways of its creator, but also help him push his own skill forward, by a lot. Just when he needed it. Sunny gripped the smooth fabric in his fists, staring at it intently. After a while, he said quietly, "Thank you, Xianxia." With that, he cut out all distractions and concentrated on studying the odd weave. Chapter 1341 Learning the Hard Way plus Turn Off Reset. Chapter 1341 Learning the Hard Way. Sunny was more of a copycat than an actual sorcerer. Most of his repertoire consisted of recreating the weaves of various enchantments he had gleaned from his own memories, not creating those of his own. Of course, even that was already a stunning achievement. Armed with nothing but his intelligence and a bit of intuition granted to him by blood weave, as well as the ability to see weaves, in the first place, he taught himself the most fundamental principles of sorcery. The wondrous sorcery of the demon of fate, which very few beings had ever been able to wield. At this point, Sunny had barely taken the first step away from blindly copying the spell weaves, tentatively trying to disassemble and modify them to serve his whims. The siege souvenir, a unique memory he had created to slay the fallen titan Goliath, was the result of these attempts. But Sunny was still a mere novice, all things considered. He was leagues away from true sorcerers, like the mysterious being who had created the estuary key, for example. That weave was simply beyond his imagination. He couldn't even imagine how long it would take him to reach the same transcendent level of mastery. A few hundred years, perhaps? A millennium? So, Sunny had no illusions about his achievements. They were rather astonishing when compared to other modern awakened, but that was only because most of those awakened knew absolutely nothing about sorcery. In the grand scheme of things, his skill was negligible. Or so he thought before taking a look at the weave of Xianxia's mantle. Huh? Wait, what is going on? He was both the survivor of the Forgotten Shore and of learning sorcery by studying the spell at work. As such, the work of actual weavers was strangely accessible. Sunny shook his head, then calmed down and looked back to Xianxia's mantle. Right. This is great news, then. Not only will I be able to understand its enchantments faster, I will also be able to use them as a replacement for a textbook and propel my weaving forward. Hopefully, it's still not exactly an alphabet book. He spent the rest of the day studying the odd weave. It was not simple by any means, but after suffering the appalling complexity of the immaculate weaves created by the spell, Sunny almost enjoyed the process. In the end, he realized that the black mantle was not that mysterious of an item. The masks the priests wore were the true treasures, while their attire was mostly meant to serve a practical purpose. It was still a precious heirloom, of course. The fabric itself seemed to be a transcendent material, very similar to the night silk from which Noctis had once sewn him a garment. In fact, it might have been the very same silk. It was fashioned in a way that obfuscated the wearer's physical features, and enchanted to be supremely durable, stealthy, and enduring, all qualities that the persecuted priests of the nightmare spell would have needed in their perilous journeys. A perfect attire for heretical evangelists who often found themselves being hated and hunted by the people they were trying to convert. Or an ill-fated awakened who often found himself having to deal with all kinds of unspeakable horrors. Sunny hesitated for a while, then summoned Weaver's needle and got to work modifying the weave of the nebulous black mantle. Black threads joined the ethereal strings of soul essence. By the time the 7 suns drowned in the water and the great river shone with iridescent radiance, he lowered his hands and heard the spell whispering into his ear. You have received a memory, Xianxia's mantle. Chapter 1342 Nebulous Mantle. It didn't take a lot of effort to add the basic patterns of a memory to the weave of the black mantle. That was what he had been doing over and over again to supply the brilliant emporium with inventory, after all. By now, weaving them was almost muscle memory. They did not put a lot of pressure on a weave either. Even dormant memories of the first tier could bear the weight. The nexus of the mantle had been fashioned out of a transcendent soul shard, so Sunny did not even have to integrate a second node into the ethereal tapestry. It was a bit tricky to make the two different schools of weaving flow into each other, But since Sunny's method was the more intricate one and not the other way around, solving that problem proved to be trivial. Just like that, he gained a new memory at the cost of a few shadow strings. Enjoying the view of the shimmering great river, Sunny smiled tiredly. Studying hard was an exhausting process, but he welcomed the fatigue. It was a sign that he had made progress. He didn't regret turning the mantle into a memory, either. Even if it wasn't useful, he would have been reluctant to part with it. All things that weren't stored within his soul would be lost at the end of the nightmare. If he had been cognizant of that fact earlier, he would have had a better memento of Noctis than a luxurious chair. Although he had nothing really to complain about, considering that the shadow chair was actually one of his most valued memories. Sunny summoned the runes. Ananke's mantle was there, at the end of the list. Even though he more or less already knew what the runes would say, he still read them. Memory, Ananke's mantle. Memory rank, transcendent. Memory tier, I. Each rune of the description demanded essence strings to be wasted, after all. And weaving them took both effort and time. So, only a crazy person would go around weaving unnecessary runes. Sunny coughed, remembering his own track record. Back in the Antarctic Center, he had once sent Nephis a message through a memory called "I am stuck in an endless tunnel full of true darkness. How the hell do I get out?" asked Cassie. Was there really a need to add the hell to the actual question? No. But did it feel good to add it? Hell yes. Looking down in embarrassment, he put on the tasteful black mantle and rose. Leaving the shadow chair by the catch, Sunny rubbed his face and went to find Nephis. He had gained a lot of insights from studying the weave left behind by an unknown sorcerer. It felt like his understanding of sorcery was on the precipice of taking a qualitative leap in the coming days. He would have to do a lot more work, of course, as well as digest all his gains. However, Sunny already had a few ideas on how to proceed. Right now, he lacks the soul shards to do anything significant. There were a few that Ananke had used while fishing, to lure the nightmare creatures, but those were of lesser ranks. He was meaning to use them to create memories for Nightmare to consume. That said, there were a lot of reasons why they had, but one of the most significant ones was a single memory. He still had the supreme soul shard that they had scavenged from the black turtle, which meant that he could potentially create a supreme memory. Of course, it was not that simple. Scaling an enchantment was not as simple as replacing the nexus of a weave. Most of them could not be scaled at all, and those that could required the weave itself to be vastly modified and improved. After all, strings made out of awakened soul essence could not endure the flow of transcendent energies. The patterns themselves had to be adjusted, as well, to account for the increased burden. Not to mention that enchantments were usually limited by their own nature, infusing them with more potent essence would simply be a waste. It was a proper mess. However, when Sunny asked himself how to empower the members of the cohort and make them capable of facing the perils of the Tomb of Ariel better, he couldn't help but think back to the Forgotten Shore, where they had also been forced to fight abominations 1 or even 2 ranks above them. How had they been able to survive that crucible? There were a lot of reasons why they had, but one of the most significant ones was a single memory. A memory that could empower all other memories, and which had been the primary goal of their lethal expedition across the Crimson Labyrinth, to the outskirts of the Hollow Mountains. The Dawn Shard. So, what if Sunny did not create a supreme memory, but instead elevated the Dawn Shard to the supreme rank? Wouldn't that be the most efficient way of making the cohort stronger? Chapter 1343 Crown of Dawn. The deck of the Chainbreaker was dark, illuminated only by the pale glow of the iridescent water that gleamed below. The radiance of the great river at night was usually beautiful, but today, it seemed ghostly. Sunny was not disturbed by the darkness, of course, but he had to think about Nephis as well. We should probably place a few lanterns around the ship. The light of the lanterns could potentially attract nightmare creatures, but that was not really a problem, not because they were not wary of the abominations, but because gaining their attention was more or less inevitable. Thinking about when their first battle would happen, Sunny approached the stern of the ship. Nephi was still standing in the runic circle, holding the steering oar. There was a luminous memory placed on the deck near her feet, creating a small island of warm orange glow in the ocean of darkness. Updated from. In that orange light, her beautiful face was pale and lifeless. She had been guiding the ship the entire day, and the accumulated fatigue was taking its toll. He listened to the wind, determining its direction. It's blowing from the future. Stepping into the light, Sunny smiled and gestured to the oar. Go rest. I'll take it from here. He could not use the sorcery of names yet, but since the winds were on their side, the chain breaker could do without its support for now. Losing some speed was not going to delay them by much. In fact, both Saint and Fiend were intelligent enough to keep the ship on course. Sunny preferred to let them stand guard for now, though. Studying his face for a few moments, Nephi nodded and let go of the oar. As she stepped out of the runic circle, Sunny entered it. Wait. Then, he sighed, glanced at his empty hand, and placed it on the steering oar. Ah. It's so lonesome, sailing across a river of unholy titans' blood in the dark. With that, Sunny summoned the Dawn Shard. A simple band of bright metal appeared in his free hand, decorated with a single gem. The crown of dawn did not look that impressive at first glance. It was more austere than opulent, and yet, that simple circlet was the reason Sunny, the members of the cohort, and the Fire Keepers had been able to return from the Forgotten Shore. Its single enchantment was extraordinarily powerful. The Dawn Shard empowered all memories in a large radius around it. Back on the Forgotten Shore, that empowerment had been strong enough to elevate the awakened weapons of the Dreamer army to resemble ascended ones in terms of lethality. Which was an inconceivable boon, considering that there was no limit to the number of memories the Crown of Dawn could enhance. It was a passive enchantment, as well. That was how they had been able to slay fallen abominations. Sadly, its usefulness diminished more and more as Nephi and her allies grew stronger and acquired better equipment after escaping the Forgotten Shore. The Dawn Shard could still empower ascended memories to a substantial degree, but nowhere near elevating them to an entire new rank. The effect on transcendent memories was even more modest. Considering the type of enemies Sunny and the members of the cohort would have to face in the third nightmare, that augmentation was all but insignificant. But what if he elevated the Crown of Dawn itself from an ascended memory to a supreme one? Sunny doubted that he would be able to perform a flawless alteration. But even if he managed to make the Dawn Shard as powerful as a transcendent memory by outfitting it with a Supreme Soul Shard, the result would already increase their chances of prevailing against great nightmare creatures by a lot. Before, he would not have even dared to try. But now, he had two advantages. The first one was the push studying Xianxia's mantle had given him. The second one was the nature of the Crown of Dawn itself. The first time Nephi had used it, Sunny saw the weaves of his memories growing more radiant, each nexus and ethereal string shining with brighter light. The augmentation either strengthened the memories by empowering their weaves, or made the weaves stronger to withstand the increased power of the memories. In any case, the result was the same. The essence strings became more robust. And the first memory the Dawn Shard empowered was itself. Its weave was always augmented by its own effect, perhaps that was the reason why this ascended memory could possess such an unreasonable power. So, it was more or less a perfect memory for Sunny to try and transplant the Supreme Shard into. His major concern was that strings weaved from lesser essence would not be able to withstand the burden of channeling superior energies, but what if they were made more durable by those very same energies? The weave of the Crown of Dawn was much too complex for him to recreate, but modifying it was different, probably. He wouldn't know until he took a look. Sunny shifted his perception and peered into the bright metal, trying to discern the underlying weave of the shard memory. Soon, an inconceivable tapestry of ethereal strings appeared in front of his eyes, shining in the darkness. Holding the oar, he smiled wistfully and took a deep breath. Let's get to work. Chapter 1344 On Course. The weave of a shard memory was subtly different from an ordinary one. They possessed some unique qualities, after all, like the ability to remain in existence after the owner's death, or the hidden purpose of manifesting the oath keys after all 7 had been gathered in one place. Luckily, Sunny possessed 2 shard memories of his own, the Midnight and Moonlight shards, so he already knew how to find and isolate these sections of the tapestry, which was supposed to make the task of deciphering the rest of it easier. In theory. In practice, the spellweave of a shard memory was even more labyrinthine than that of a normal memory. Sunny had managed to gain a sufficient level of understanding of the Midnight shard, enough so to apply a part of its enchantment to the siege souvenir, but the Moonlight shard still remained beyond his grasp. Which was a shame, because the ghostly stiletto possessed one of the most useful enchantments Sunny had ever seen. It was able to appear instantly, without wasting any time manifesting itself from the sparks of essence. If Sunny could master that single enchantment, all memories he created would gain a lethal edge. The more powerful a memory was, the longer it took to manifest. So, as the awakened reached higher ranks of power, they had to be more and more strategic about when to summon their memories. Considering that he was unable to master the weave of the Moonlight shard to this day, the Dawn shard could very well prove to be a similarly tough nut to crack. As Sunny stared at the vast tapestry of ethereal strings hidden within the band of bright metal, the corner of his eye twitched. Yeah. This was not going to be easy. But I can do it. Updated from. He was certain of it. Recreating the whole weave was out of the question, but modifying it, armed with the insights he had gained and would gain from Xianxia's mantle, he felt confident in his chances. It was just going to take a lot of effort, and a lot of time. How do I transplant a new nexus without collapsing the whole weave? How do I ensure that superior essence actually produces a superior result? How do I prevent the less resilient sections of the weave from being torn apart by the increased burden on them? All these questions required answers. There were many more problems to solve, as well. Sunny had never tried something quite as ambitious as turning a powerful ascended memory into a tremendously more powerful supreme memory. One thing was certain, it would require an inhuman level of finesse and precision. It would also require a lot of additional essence strings. And a lot of ingenuity, of course. The task was daunting, but Sunny did not feel discouraged. Instead, he felt almost excited. It beat patching up sails or drowning in a foul mood, at least. Comfortably resting his back against the bending surface of the tall upholstery, he moved the oar a little and peered into the shimmering spell weave. She frowned a little. Mental fatigue will slow you down. Your mind needs time to recover, too. He smiled. I know. I have the Shroud of Graceless Dusk, remember? The same dusk we are on our way to visit. It helps me recover from exhaustion, both physical and mental, faster. I'll be all right. Time waited for no man, and there was no rest for the wicked. Sunny was not overestimating himself, he just knew exactly how much he could endure. Nephi's hesitated for a few moments, then nodded. All right. Suit yourself. He suddenly remembered something. Ah. After I am done with the Dawn shard, I want you to teach me how to use the sorcery of names. I didn't want to split my focus before, but now I feel like it can help me advance faster in my own skills. Probably. All right? She nodded again. After finishing the breakfast, they used the esoteric navigation tools to make sure that the ship had not strayed off course. Then, Nephis took her place in the runic circle again, while Sunny sat on the deck a few meters away and continued studying the Crown of Dawn. Several days passed in that manner. The two of them spent most of their time together, and some time apart. They resumed their sword training, involving Saint as well. The deck of the graceful ship was often filled with the sound of clashing steel. When the two of them were not sparring, though, Sunny had a different task for the graceful knight. Now that Fiend had grown into a proper devil, it was time for him to learn combat mastery, too. The Steel Shadow's most fearsome weapons were his claws and teeth, so Sunny instructed Saint to teach him in hand-to-hand combat. Since she was a master of all types of combat, that did not stump her one bit. Hearing Fiend crash into the wooden deck over and over again, Sunny smiled from the corner of his mouth and continued weaving. Memories of his own painful training with Saint, all that time ago in the Dark City, made him feel a bit of compassion for the ravenous steel ogre. Of course, the lucky bastard possessed the marvel attribute, which made him capable of learning new things at astonishing speed. Sunny was actually curious to see which of them would absorb Saint's lessons faster. Granted, Sunny had learned combat mastery from her while hunting down lethal abominations in the Dark City in order to survive. Fiend, in comparison, had all his needs cared for by a kind, generous, and benevolent master. Who wouldn't learn fast with such a benefactor? Everything was peaceful for these first few days. Then, they suffered the first attack. Chapter 1345 Monster Herders. You are wasting your time. You will definitely fail. Just give up. You know you're not smart enough to accomplish anything worthwhile. Do you really want to make the woman holding your leash stronger? How foul. Your collection of failures just keeps growing, huh? Ignoring the sin of solace, Sunny leaned against Ananke's catch as he studied the dawn shard. His shadow hands continued to weave strings of essence. His concentration remained unbroken. He even welcomed the derisive comments. The more the hateful wraith berated him, the more Sunny felt like he was on the right track. The sin of solace would not have bothered to interfere if there was no chance of success. After all, it was not in his nature to bet against Sunny when there were no stakes. What, you are ignoring me now? Or have you forgotten how to speak? Sunny threw a calm glance at the apparition, then turned back to the Crown of Dawn. We'll speak when you tell me how you knew about the Mad Prince. The sin of solace scoffed. Gods. Why do I even bother? I am sick of this tired routine. He laughed bitterly, then added in a resigned tone. But there's nothing else to do. How boring. The chain breaker was swaying gently underneath them. Saint was standing guard at the bow, Fiend and Nightmare were guarding the sacred tree, and Nephice was at the stern, steering the ship. The 7 suns had already descended into the depths of the great river, and the deck was illuminated by a scattering of lanterns. The water glowed softly, diluting the impenetrable darkness of the night with ghostly opalescence. Sunny smiled faintly. Find a hobby. The sight was both repulsive and inspiring. Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare earned me a few shadow fragments. Even better, there are plenty of soul shards to be harvested in addition to the ones I brought back. The depth dweller he had killed was not a tyrant, in the end. It was just a huge, nasty corrupted monster. It seemed that these drowned outcasts were not its minions. Instead, the smaller creatures appeared to have herded the enormous monstrosity, using it to attack larger prey. Waste of essence. If Sunny knew that in advance, he would have used the nimble catch and the sin of solace to cut the depth dweller down. He froze for a moment, suddenly stunned by how odd the situation was. Wait, since when am I so dismissive of corrupted monsters? That thing could have easily finished me if I wasn't careful. Damn it. Am I becoming arrogant? Arrogance gets people killed. Sunny was strong and skilled, but he wasn't invulnerable. Even though he could easily slaughter dozens of fallen abominations or face corrupted ones without fear, each of them could very well end his life with one strike, maybe two, considering the defensive properties of the marble shell. I better correct this attitude, fast. Oh my. What a rare moment of self-reflection. You should correct the rest of your nasty personality, while you're at it. Maybe then people won't find you as uncomfortable to be around as they do now. Looking up darkly, Sunny saw the sword Wrath staring at him with disdain. The sin of solace was still as annoying as he had been before the attack. Nothing much changed, honestly. If there was one thing, though, it was that Sunny had plenty of soul shards to turn into memories now. Standing up and summoning his clothes back, he looked around and noticed Fiend. The fearsome devil seemed to be hiding from him behind the tree. Sunny smiled. Come here, buddy. Fiend hesitated for a few moments, then reluctantly walked over. Sunny pointed to the gruesome corpses. Harvest the soul shards, then clean this mess up. The devil's shoulders fell. Sunny patted Fiend on one of these shoulders. Well, he wanted to, but the bastard was too tall to do it comfortably. Plus, his body was covered in all kinds of sharp spikes. So, in the end, the gesture ended up being rather reserved. Oh, and you can eat all these guys. Stuff yourself as much as you want. Now that your primary attributes are set, you don't need to maintain a diet anymore. Ravenous sparks ignited in the depths of Fiend's fiery eyes. Chapter 1346 Faltering Star. Fiend feasted on the corpses of the drowned outcasts with delight. The sight of the metallic devil gorging himself on the dead abominations was a bit gruesome, but mercifully swift. The bodies disappeared into the shadows, incinerating maw as if they had never existed. Before too long, the deck was clear once again. Where does all this meat even go? Updated from. This time, the infernal ogre had not gained any new attributes or abilities. Which was an expected result. If the scavengers were capable of attaining new powers from each creature they devoured, Sunny would have never survived the battle with the original ravenous fiend. It had to be a rare occurrence, especially now that the Shadow's main attributes were set. It did seem like he had grown a little bit stronger, though, just as the other Shadows did when absorbing a fragment. Throwing a dubious glance at the satisfied devil, Sunny shook his head and commanded the glutton to go find a mop. While Fiend was washing the blood off the deck, Sunny and Nephice briefly examined the ship and then gathered at the stern to divide the soul shards. Let's just each take half. He looked at the small pile of shimmering crystals, calmly thinking about how to use them best. All of the shards were transcendent, considering how nonchalant he was about this unimaginable treasure trove, remembering the awe they had felt when witnessing a pair of transcendent soul shards back on the Forgotten Shore felt both amusing and nostalgic. Sunny shook his head slightly and gathered the rest of the soul shards. She is still the same. When the time comes, she'll burn brighter than the 7 suns combined. I just hope that I won't be burned with the rest of this cursed tomb when that happens. Not entirely convinced, he stored the shards in the covetous coffer and went back to peering into the complexities of spellweaves. The chainbreaker continued sailing downstream. In the next week, it was attacked several more times, for better or worse, by solitary nightmare creatures instead of groups like the drowned outcasts had been. Sunny and Nephice dealt with the grotesque depth dwellers with some effort, but not too much effort. Apart from a few shallow wounds, the biggest hurdle they faced was removing the corpse of an especially large creature from the ram of the ship, which had impaled the abomination after a purposeful and violent collision. None of the nightmare creatures were as powerful as the harrowing foes they had faced in the far reaches of the future. On the positive side, Sunny and Nephice were alive. On the negative side, they had not been able to salvage as many soul shards as they had after the first attack. Sunny didn't really mind. His time was divided between studying the weave of Xianxia's mantle and concocting a tentative plan for altering the dawn shard. At the same time, he was creating memories from the shards in his possession. That last task was moving along slowly, since it took him roughly a whole day to weave one. That pace was only possible because his reserves of essence were fully restored each dawn and dusk thanks to the Crown of Twilight. Still, by the end of the week, Nightmare had absorbed 28 shadow fragments, bringing the counter to 229/300. Sunny still had enough soul shards to create 10 rudimentary transcendent memories, each equivalent to 4 fragments. If nothing went wrong, the counter would reach 269 out of 300 in 10 days. His loyal steed's ascension was drawing close. By the end of the week, he felt ready to attempt modifying the Dawn Shard. However, because of how important that endeavor was to the conquest of the third nightmare, Sunny decided to go over everything he had learned and envisioned a few more times. Putting the Crown of Dawn away and dismissing the shadow hands, he leaned against the side of the ketch and closed his eyes. I've created a sufficient length of essence thread. I've studied the spellweave of the Dawn Shard extensively. I compared the structure of the pattern surrounding the nexus with all the other memories I possess. I've grown accustomed to weaving with 6 hands. He spent 2 days meditating on his plans and mentally going over everything that could go wrong. Finally, just before dawn of the third day, Sunny opened his eyes and manifested 4 shadow arms once again. It's time to begin. Chapter 1347 Trial of Skill. The hypnotizing tapestry of the spellweave stretched in the darkness in front of him. Countless threads of ethereal light intertwined in a beautiful, but seemingly chaotic pattern, centered around a radiant nexus. There had been a time when these patterns were a complete mystery to Sunny. But although they still remained mystifying and nebulous, he could discern an elegant underlying structure to their dazzling, dizzying arrays now. He could also feel the purpose of various elements of the weave more clearly. The spellweave of the Dawn Shard was not the most complex he had ever seen, but it was more complex than most. Even after isolating the rudimentary enchantments that all memories possessed and the special properties shared by shard memories, the remaining expanse of ethereal strings was Byzantine and daunting. Luckily, his goal was not to recreate the weave from scratch. He also did not intend to alter its function, only its capacity and resilience. As well as transplanting a new, much more potent nexus than the existing one. With a sigh, Sunny summoned the covetous coffer and produced a large, shining crystal from within it. When put together, the band of bright metal and the supreme soul shard he had harvested from the guts of the black turtle looked comical. The soul shard was much larger than the crown of dawn, yet it was supposed to become encompassed by it. But that was not an obstacle. Weaves did not exist in the physical sense, anyway. Just like souls, they inhabited an entirely different plane of existence. Sunny pulled on the invisible thread of shadow essence. At the same time, a needle that shone with a faint golden glow appeared in one of his hands. He took a deep breath. Steady. The process had to be steady. But it couldn't be slow. Sunny would have to remove the original nexus first before transplanting a new one. The moment it was removed, the weave was going to start falling apart. So, he had to tie as many of the most important threads back, fast, and then bring the rest back even faster. He had spent years learning sorcery and 2 weeks restlessly preparing for this moment, but the outcome was going to be decided in less than 10 minutes. If Sunny succeeded, the cohort would acquire a powerful tool to help them survive the nightmare. If he failed, the Dawn Shard would be destroyed, and he would have to explain himself to one hell of an angry changing star. She probably won't kill me, right? But just in case, I'd better not fail. Threading the first ethereal string into the radiant needle, Sunny connected it to the nexus. Then, another, and another. Faster. 5 of his hands danced, manipulating the dying weave into following their will. Holding it from crumbling and pulling it back from the verge of collapse. At the precise moment when the new nexus became connected to enough strings to hold it in place, the 6th joined them. What madness made me think that having only 5 fingers is enough? Damnation! I should have learned to have more. Time seemed to have slowed down. Sunny felt the same rush of adrenaline he did during furious battles. His perception subtly changed, turning the world stark and clear. Golden sparks glimmered in the depths of his dark eyes. For a few moments, everything was in a fragile balance. One wrong move, one slightest mistake, and the weave would have reached the point of no return. But Sunny did not make any mistakes. He performed every movement flawlessly, focused to such a degree that all his senses except sight and the tactile feeling of intangible threads sliding through his fingers disappeared. Finally, after something that felt both like a second and an eternity, that moment of fragility passed. The main structure of the weave had been connected to the new nexus, ensuring its stability. Good. As Sunny's hands continued to tie the few last threads to the shining ember, his mind already wandered to the next task. The first step of the alteration had been completed, but the result was still uncertain. The next stage was going to decide whether he would succeed or not, and while it gave him more leeway, it was no less difficult. Chapter 1348 Sorcerer Supreme. Now that a supreme soul shard replaced the original nexus of the spell weave, the powerful energy contained within it flowed into the radiant tapestry. The ethereal threads shone much brighter, reinforced by their own enchantment. Most of them held, but some of the more delicate patterns started to glow too intensely, as if a moment away from catching on fire and dissipating into blinding light. He had to reinforce these sections of the weave, and do it in a way that did not contradict the intricate patterns. Threading a string of shadow essence into Weaver's needle, He held himself back from hurrying too much, and started to weave new patterns, these ones black and lightless, on top and through the radiant ones. The needle worked in the most pressing areas of the weave, while his other hands tackled less critical points. No matter how nimble his fingers were, he still couldn't weave as fast without a proper tool. The reverse effect of his unique ability to touch the ethereal strings was that they were sharper than any sword could ever be, and were thus capable of cutting his flesh without any effort. Losing a finger was as easy as applying the slightly wrong amount of pressure or missing the mark by a hair's breadth. That said, while his own fingers were indispensable, those of the shadow hands could be easily sacrificed. They weren't just as responsive as the real ones, but the fact that one or two could be lost with no consequence made up for the fact. Ouch. Follow current novels on NOV/3LB, in co/m. No matter how careful Sunny was, the dire need to move fast was bound to cause him some pain. A thin cut appeared on his right thumb, swelling with blood. Luckily, no drop of it fell into the weave to disturb its delicate equilibrium. His blood was tenacious, after all, and knew how to stay inside his body. Most of the time, the shadow hands were faring worse. By the time Sunny put out the most dangerous fires, they were utterly shredded. He was barely keeping the wounded shadows from dissipating back into intangible forms, and had even been forced to dismiss one of the arms and create an entirely new one on the fly. Nevertheless, it felt like he was past the most dangerous part. A shaky breath escaped from Sunny's lips, and a drop of sweat fell from his forehead onto the wooden deck. Without allowing himself to relax, he froze for a split second, gazing at the entirety of the weave. The nexus is holding. There and there, the shadow strings are lessening the burden on the original ones just as planned. That area is a bit frayed, I need to reinforce it more. No, not more, better. Those areas, though, looked fine at the start, but are starting to worry me now. Calming his wildly beating heart, he resumed his work. Now, Sunny moved at a less breakneck pace, but was more methodical in his approach. Good, it's all coming together. It was a wonderful feeling. The collapsing weave had struggled against his attempts to save it at first, to the point that he felt like 3 critical problems appeared for each one he fixed. The more he repaired and reinforced it, though, the more it felt like the weave was assisting him. The ethereal tapestry was starting to look elegant once again. The radiant threads and the lightless ones intertwined in a beautiful harmony. Both were being strengthened by the enchantment of the dawn shard and strengthening each other at the same time. A feeling of wondrous harmony permeated the intricate spell weave. Its nexus was replaced, and its pattern was invaded by countless new threads, all of them dark and ghostly. But, nevertheless, it was resembling a different, but natural version of itself, more and more. Continuing his meticulous work, Sunny threw a brief glance at the Sin of Solace. Hey, you. The sword wraith raised an eyebrow. Hey yourself, fool. What? What the hell was that? Are you trying to give me a heart attack, you damned spell? Think before you speak, damn it. The spell did not answer. Perhaps for the better. After calming down a little, Sunny dismissed the shadow arms and picked up the crown of dawn from the deck. His hands were trembling slightly. The eastern horizon was already painted lilac by the rising suns. Looking at the memory he had altered with burning eyes, he lingered for a while, and then said tiredly. So, your name actually changed to the Crown of Dawn. Ah, how fitting. Before, that had simply been what they called the Dawn Shard, the shard memory of the first lord of the Bright Castle. But it seemed that the spell decided that the alteration he had performed was significant enough to warrant a new name for the newly elevated memory. Was he mistaken, or had the single gemstone adorning the austere band of metal become brighter? Enjoying the view of the bright gem, Sunny inhaled deeply and summoned the runes. The runes read: Memory, Crown of Dawn. Memory rank, Supreme. Chapter 1349 Crowning Achievement. Sunny remained motionless for a while, looking at the string of shimmering runes. A sense of profound relief and exhilaration washed over him. He suddenly felt refreshed and invigorated, as if his fatigue had receded a little, his mind clearing. No, not suddenly. Touching the smooth silk of the Shroud of Dusk, Sunny belatedly realized that it was already being augmented by the passive enchantment of the empowered Crown of Dawn. It's working. New novel chapters are published at novelhall.com. He closed his eyes for a moment, then took a look at the rest of the runes describing the band of bright metal. They were the same as before, only the rank of the memory had changed. Sunny had expected that. In fact, anything else would have been a cause for concern. The goal of the alteration was to strengthen the existing enchantment, after all, not change it. The Crown of Dawn would still be able to enhance all memories in a large area around it, with no limit to their number. It was just that the augmentation it provided had become much more potent. Most miraculous of all, that enchantment somehow remained a passive one. His eyes gleamed darkly. I think. Armed with that power, the cohort would be able to challenge enemies far beyond their own level of prowess. Which meant that they would have a much higher chance of conquering the nightmare and returning to the waking world alive. Just like they had conquered the forgotten shore and returned from its unforgiving expanse alive. He smiled, then dismissed the Crown of Dawn and rose. Heading to the stern of the ship, Sunny tried to contain his emotions. His face remained neutral, with only a faint smile playing on his lips. Soon, he saw Nephis. She threw a glance at him with the same calm expression she usually wore, then asked evenly. What was the shouting about? Sunny stumbled. Right. I did curse the spell out, didn't I? In hindsight, that was probably not wise. He wouldn't put it past the damn thing to know how to hold a grudge. The descriptions it made of him were already vaguely snide, so Sunny shuddered at the thought of what the next one was going to say. Whatever. That will happen later, right now, though. Walking over to Nephis, he shrugged. Oh, it's nothing really. I just got a bit emotional and let the spell have it. Why, have you never yelled at the spell? Oh. Sunny shook his hand in the air. It didn't really hurt, but he had suddenly become painfully aware of how close they were standing. His face felt hot. Letting out an awkward chuckle, he shook his head and pointed to her head. Now, summon that thing. I came here right away, so I don't even know how powerful exactly it had become. Nephis nodded, and a whirlwind of radiant sparks appeared around her. Soon, a band of bright metal manifested itself from thin air, its single gem glistening in the light of the rising suns. Let's do this. For the next half an hour, Sunny and Nephis were engrossed in testing the effects of the Crown of Dawn on their memories. The results went beyond his wildest imagination. Sunny had thought that his makeshift alteration would cause a loss of potential, resulting in a memory that was a supreme one in name, but not in power. And there was some loss, inevitably, but so little that it could almost be disregarded. Before, the Dawn Shard had been capable of elevating the power of awakened memories to resemble that of ascended ones. It had also been capable of providing a significant boost to ascended memories, and a slight one to transcendent ones. The meaning of power in this context was an elusive one. The augmentation did not only empower the enchantments of the enhanced memories, but also the quality of the memories themselves. Swords would become sharper, armor would become more durable. There was also something else at play, the intangible, mystical quality that made magical materials different from the mundane ones was enhanced, as well, which was why the dreamers of the Dark City had been able to harm and slay enemies of higher ranks with their awakened weapons. The Crown of Dawn functioned in a similar fashion to its predecessor. However, its augmentation was much more powerful. An average awakened weapon was elevated to the level of a peak ascended one, while the most powerful awakened weapons could almost reach the realm of transcendence. Ascended memories were elevated to the level of transcendent ones. While transcendent memories. Sunny grew still, peering into the depths of the Sin of Solace. Under his gaze, the weave of the Jade Jian shone with blinding brilliance. It's not that different from the Crown of Twilight. It is like a supreme weapon. He threw a glance at the silent apparition that stood a few steps away, wearing a somber expression, and suddenly felt a pang of apprehension. Dismissing the Sin of Solace, Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then finally took the Crown of Twilight off his head and studied it. It was benefiting from being in the presence of the Crown of Dawn, as well. The boost was not as striking as it was for the memories of lesser ranks, but still tangible. Nephis, meanwhile, was holding her longsword with a hard-to-read expression. Suddenly, though, her beautiful face was illuminated by a radiant smile. "Sunny, this is amazing. With this, we can." She stumbled over her words, not knowing what to say. Enjoying the rare sight of her smiling brightly, he nodded and looked in the direction where the current was pulling them. His own smile grew a little cold. "Yes." Sunny gritted his teeth. "We can slaughter them all." The winds filled the sails of the chain breaker, pushing it forward. The past awaited. Chapter 1350 Familiar Pattern. By the time Sunny had finished the alteration of the Dawn Shard, they were not that far away from Fallen Grace. Neither he nor Nephis knew the exact distance they had to traverse to find the last city of the Sibyls, but the navigation tools Ananke had left them pointed to its approach. Fallen Grace was situated in the western reaches of the Great River, where the sky was almost always painted crimson by the setting sun. As the chain breaker sailed deeper into the past, it was also leaving behind the pure light of day. Gradually, the color of the sky above their heads changed. From vibrant azure to breathtaking magenta, and finally to the blood-red blaze of perpetual sunset. It was like sailing into a sea of blood. Sunny stared at the burning sky, awed by its fiery beauty, and its ominous dread. New novel chapters are published at novelhall.com. That's not concerning at all. Why would the Sibyls build one of their cities in such a darkly beautiful, but sinister place? Surely, living in the warm sunlight of the central region of the Great River would have been much more pleasant. Shaking his head, he returned to the shade of the sacred tree and sat down, resting his back against its white bark. He had just finished weaving another memory for Nightmare, and was not in the mood to start on the next one just yet. His study of the spellweave of Ananke's mantle had also been producing fewer and fewer results. It would never stop being useful to him as a learning tool, but Sunny felt like he was nearing a dead end. He would need to gain more skill as a weaver before looking to the Nebulous mantle for more lessons. So, what else was there to do? Feeling restless, he summoned the estuary key out of habit. Staring into the weave of the mysterious memory had become like a ritual by now. Even though Sunny could not understand anything about it, the process itself was calming. However, he had not taken a glance at the key since before attempting the alteration of the Crown of Dawn. Who knew? Maybe passing such an important milestone on his path to becoming a proper sorcerer would change something. "Are you playing with our favorite toy again? Why don't you toss it overboard and be done with it?" The sword wraith stared at him disdainfully from the shadows of the tree. Not paying the apparition any attention, Sunny held up the jagged black stone and peered into its weathered surface. The inconceivable weave of ghostly strings was as unattainable as ever. He studied its dark tapestry, following the twists and turns of the black threads, like he had done 100 times before. What a disappointment. I still can't even start to unravel its mysteries. The complicated array of ghostly strings had a certain unique structure to it, which was different from the rest of the spell weave. He recognized its nature after a moment of contemplation. Patterns like these were rare, but present in every memory. It was how runes were expressed through essence strings. Both the runic sorcery and shaping were based on true names, one etching them through a written language, the other invoking them directly. However, weaving was different. It did not rely on words to create enchantments. That said, there was still a place for words in a spell weave, and therefore for the runes inscribing them. These runes, translated from the corresponding string patterns, expressed the name of the memory, its description, and the true name of its master, if the master possessed one. The problem was that Sunny had long identified the patterns that inscribed the name and description of the estuary key, as well as his own true name. And this particular pattern had nothing to do with them. Why were there additional runes hidden in the weave of the black stone? And why did the pattern of essence strings describing these runes look so familiar? Sunny leaned forward with a frown and concentrated, trying to decipher the meaning of the pattern. It was not at all difficult. In fact, it was even easier than usual, as if he had read this exact pattern of essence strings many times before. His pupils narrowed. Sin, of. Sunny suddenly straightened, a cold shiver running down his spine. Standing in the shadows, the apparition yawned and covered his mouth with a hand. What's the matter? Solace. The sin of Solace. Written in ghostly strings, the name of his cursed sword, and the sword wraith born from its curse, was meticulously woven into the enchantment of the estuary key,